Ancient India has fascinated people in the West primarily because of its religion. Studying ancient India to glorify it and proclaim the relatively unproven achievements of its people would be unsatisfactory. Unfortunately, some modern Indians have this tendency because it is a defensive response to the progress made in the West over the past 200 years. Some foreign intellectuals and philosophers have also encouraged this tendency with their excessively lavish praises for India. A study of ancient India was also done to draw attention to the so-called decline of India after Islam, and to unfavorably compare the post-AD 1200 period with the pre-AD 1200 period. Over the past 150 years, Hindu and Buddhist traditions have been extensively researched and popularized in the West. Westerners have been made aware of these two religions by many scholars and thinkers, such as Sir William Jones, 1746 to 1994, Professor Max Muller, 1823 to 1900, Sir Edwin Arnold, 1832 to 1904, and Swami Vivekananda, 1863 to 1902. Their pioneering work saved Western civilization from spiritual impoverishment. The obsession with Indian religions skews Western perception of the subcontinent. Stereotypes have grown in the West, the most common being that Indians are highly spiritual people who don't care about material goods or have a fatalistic approach to life that entrusts everything to their gods. We can correct this imbalance in thinking about India by utilizing other valuable legacies from ancient India. We need to delve deeper into the exploration of intellectual heritage. Their epics deal with issues of eternal significance, making them popular with millions of Indians today. In addition to being the first great grammarians, the Indians composed learned texts long before the Europeans. There were also brilliant mathematicians and astronomers among ancient Indians, whose work eventually became mainstream science and technology. 6. Without the ancient Indians, we wouldn't have our number system. Ancient Indians were also dissenters and quite disputatious. 7. Before European civilization developed such experiments, they argued passionately and logically on issues. Artistic and aesthetic heritage is also central to ancient India. Indian society accords a special place to artisans. Archaeologists have uncovered beautiful and stylish jewelry and toys dating back to the very first civilization of India, the Harappan. They show the sophisticated lifestyle of the people of that time. Indian artisans have always been in demand for their bronze and copper works. International fashion houses continue to seek out textiles from ancient India, and the temples of ancient India attract millions of tourists annually. The Indian trade and trading skills reveal a people as concerned with material goods as anyone else. Ancient India envisioned a morally ordered society at peace with itself and engaged in its work. Over 8,200 years, ancient India developed gradually and peacefully compared with many other countries, despite violence and disorder at various points. Unlike many ancient and modern nations, India resisted rapacious warfare and humiliated foreigners toward their neighbors and peoples abroad. The Indians' moral responsibility has always been to promote international amity and goodwill during warfare. 10. Since the beginning, Indian warfare has been guided by ethical principles. Modern Indians have emphasized this particularly affirmative and attractive characteristic of India and her people, including Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, Rabindranath Tagore, 1861 to 1941, and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, 1889 to 1964. The approach we take must be critical and comparative. The history of ancient Indians has many positive aspects. We should acknowledge that ancient India lagged behind Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, Greece, and Rome in some aspects of public life. When China is far more advanced than any other nation in this area, it does not make sense for modern Indians to boast about ancient Indian technology. Additionally, Indians developed intelligible scripts later than ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians. In contrast, other ancient civilizations, such as the Chinese and the Romans, were scrupulous with their historiography, whereas the early Indians paid scant attention. The ancient Indians showed an abject disregard for the conditions of poverty and inequality that have disfigured the face of India throughout history. 11. While many Indian texts lament poverty and inequality, we find no expression of outrage or passion in any of them. Ancient India's caste system was primarily responsible for this passivity, and it remains perhaps its most significant moral blot. Despite being great calculators then, the ancient Indians did not uniformly standardize the dates of important events. Political and cultural fragmentation and regionalization dominated ancient India, except for two relatively brief imperial periods: 321 BCE to 185 BCE, and 320 AD to 467 AD. Each ancient Indian dynasty or religious community used a different calendar with its commencement year. By systematizing ancient Indian studies, ancient scholars and historians contributed to developing modern European dating systems for events before and after Christ. B, C, and A.D. These three examples illustrate how ancient Indian mathematics and foreign sources contributed to synchronization's success. From the Greek sources, for example, we learn that Alexander the Great invaded India in 327 BCE. This, along with the information about the Buddha's dates from Sanskritic and Pali sources, enabled the scholars to work out the accession date of the first Mauryan emperor, Chandragupta Maurya. 13 again, the famous astronomer Aryabhata wrote his definitive mathematical work in AD 499, which was the year that, through his astronomical calculations, he claimed to complete 3,600 years of the Kali Yuga, the latest of the periods of the main Hindu religious calendar, that began in 3101 BCE. In AD 2001, the Hindus had just completed the first century of their sixth millennium when the third Christian millennium began. Finally, Islamic historiography, adopting a more systematic approach than ancient Indians, developed a more reliable dating system. By calculating dates from the start year of the Islamic lunar calendar, AD 622, against modern solar reckoning, it ensures that Islamic chronology is firmly established. As a result of the fact that Christ was born 4 years earlier than what we consider to be the start year of the European dating system, supposedly the year in which he was born, and that there have been both slippages and artificial additions of days by church authorities at various times in European history, the modern European dating system is inaccurate. It is now more meaningful to today's researchers as a universal dating system than many Indian calendars. Keep in mind that the dates in ancient Indian history are subject to fluctuation, necessitating a margin of error of a few years when determining the dates of certain events. For this reason, we can be confident that, for example, Mahmud of Ghazni invaded India in AD 1000. Geography played a crucial role in shaping ancient India's history. The great dramatist and poet Kalidasa mentions the geographical configuration of the subcontinent in the 4th century. According to Kumarasambhavam, the Himalayas, also known as the Lord of all mountains, extend to the north. He dips his two arms into the eastern and western seas as the Earth's measuring rod. 4 central landscape profiles shape ancient India due to the subcontinent's physical geography. First, the excellent northern mountain chain runs from the Sulayman, Hindu Kush, and Chitral valleys in the northwest to the Karakorams and Himalayas in the north. Many mountain passes are dotted along this chain, which may appear impenetrable. Bolan Gomal and Khyber are the most famous passes in the northwest. It is believed that the earliest humans came to the subcontinent through these passes, followed later by Indo-European waves such as the Aryans and other Central and West Asians. Through Chitral and Karakoram passes, communication was established with Central Asia, and certain remote high passes linked India directly with Tibet. These passes allowed Buddhism to spread from India to Central Asia. However, the Northeast Mountains separated India and China, with fewer passes. In spring and summer, glaciers melt in the northern mountains, filling the rivers with enough water to relieve the parched plains below. The Tibetan and Indian Himalayas give rise to three enormous river systems. The Indus, joined by its tributaries, flows from Tibet to the northwest, drops south through Kashmir and Punjab, and empties into the Arabian Sea. Flowing east from Tibet, the Brahmaputra turns southwest and flows into India, passing through the Garo Hills and confluent with the Padma. Two parallel rivers spring from the Indian Himalayas, the Ganga, the Ganges, and the Yamuna, which flow first southeast and meet at Allahabad before continuing east and ending in the Bay of Bengal. During the ancient period, most of the subcontinent lived, farmed, and built cities in these three great northern river systems: the Indus, the Brahmaputra, and the Ganga-Yamuna. It's still the same today. Plains terrain has relied on ample water from glaciers and monsoon rains for thousands of years. Baluchistan and the Indus region were relatively fertile areas where farming began. There was also the first Indian civilization, the Harappan. Aryans felled forests during the second millennium BC, but it was not until the Ganga-Yamuna plain was cleared for farming that Vedic culture and some of the biggest cities were established and flourished. In ancient times, the Vindhya Mountains served as a barrier between the north and south due to their location south of the plains. Despite this, they weren't wholly impenetrable either. The Brahmin priests of the north could migrate to the south to settle and promote Vedic Hinduism through the passageways on either side of the Vindhyas rather than through them. When one crosses the Vindhyas, one is in the rain shadow of the monsoon winds and the relatively barren Deccan Plateau. This parched land experiences water scarcity due to the monsoon season's limited rains and its rivers' relatively low water-carrying capacity compared to those in the north. A sparse supply of water is provided by the Narmada, the Tapti, and the Mahanadi, which all originate in the Vindhyas to Gujarat and Orissa, but the five other rivers, the Godavari, the Krishna, the Tungabhadra, the Pener, and the Kaveri, have poor inflows to northern rivers. The Western Ghats, relatively low mountains along the peninsula's western coast, originate from four easterly rivers. The amount of water brought down by these rivers is minimal since there are no glaciers. They become mere trickling streams in the hot, dry summer. Parallel to the Eastern Ghats, no significant rivers are along the eastern coast. In ancient times, southern people practiced irrigation due to a significant water shortage on the peninsula. A major contributor to the Deccan's importance was irrigation and commerce, both trans-Indian and international. This region was the site of many powerful regional kingdoms in the ancient world, such as the Satavahanas, Chalukyas, Rashtrakutas, and outside our period, Hoysalas and Vijayanagar. Several rock-cut temples, monuments, and palaces carved out of the Deccan's volcanic rock bear witness to these policies' wealth and glory. Ancient Kerala and Tamil kingdoms grew up in the deep south, below the Deccan, along the Malabar and Coromandel coasts. The lusher terrain, irrigation skills, and international trade in the first millennium AD made these lands prosperous. In addition to the subcontinent's landscape, its coastline is also essential. Despite not being indented enough to support natural harbours and ports, the subcontinent's extensive coastline stretches from the Makran coast in the west to the Bangladesh Delta. The ancient world relied heavily on sea routes through India. Traders and travellers from Mesopotamia, Arabia, Persia, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the Roman Empire and those of the Eastern Mediterranean came, traded, exchanged ideas, and sometimes settled along the western coastline, from the Indus Delta to the southern tip of India. The east coast of India was also a hub for trade and traffic between India and Southeast Asia. Hindu mythology and religion are deeply infused with the idea of sacred geographical space. In the minds of most Hindus, this space is the Indian subcontinent itself. Over millennia, saints and sages have left their footprints on this land, which they consider sacred. In some cases, modern Hindu revivalist organizations successfully tap into these most emotive Hindu sentiments, leading to pointless conflict with other religious groups. However, this does not diminish the fact that the fascination of India lies in the continuity of myths and legends that Hindu religious authorities maintain, amplify, and communicate. Hindu mythology represents nature, creation, planets, the earth, gods, animals, birds, the soul's reincarnation, heroism, morality, lifestyle, and countless other themes. Over 4 millennia of oral transmission of these myths has occurred in India. The public's appetite for them, however, has never waned or been fully satisfied since myths and legends, such as the Ramayana and Mahabharata epics and the ancient Puranas, have been woven into Indian life through folklore, festivals, literature, music, dance, and drama, as well as film, television, and the internet. Human experiences and aspirations constantly shape thriving media outlets. They occupy an inner sacred space. In contrast to geography, the human inscape is limitless and infinite. India has many pilgrims and saints. There are pilgrimage sites associated with Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, Parsis, Christians, and others. But Hindu pilgrimage sites are among the oldest and most revered. Hindu pilgrims heighten their efficacy by visiting sacred mountains, rivers, lakes, and cities, and performing rituals and ceremonies. In addition to being a repository of heroic deeds, the Himalayas are also considered the abode of gods. It is believed that Meru, also somewhere in the Himalayan ranges, is the center of the universe. 16. Mountains are associated with strength and life-giving energy. Life is also derived from rivers. We read about the Sapta Sindhu, the 7 rivers of Punjab, from early Vedic sources. But the especially revered one is Saraswati, the invisible river associated with the goddess of learning. Hindus have revered the Ganga, the Ganges, since Vedic times. Every Hindu is expected to bathe in Ganga's waters. For many, the water's filthy and polluted nature is not a barrier to drinking it because it is water made holy for them. Describing the ineffable power of sacred geography within the Hindu psyche is impossible. Most city sites are also considered sacred, similar to rivers. Lakes are also associated with the deities and become part of the sacred space. 3 city sites in the south and 6 in the north are particularly significant to Hindus. The northern ones are Ayodhya, the birthplace of the Hindu god Rama; Mathura, the birthplace of Krishna, the 8th incarnation of the god Vishnu; Hardwar, a city renowned for its excellent river festival of Kumbh Mela, and a staging post for Hindu pilgrims who make arduous treks to the Gangotri Glacier, which feeds the plains. Kashi, Varanasi, Benares, where the embankments of the river Ganga serve as the last stop for the dying Hindus in this world. Every 12 years, the Kumbh Mela festival is held in Prayag, Allahabad, where the rivers Ganga, Yamuna, and the invisible Saraswati meet, and Dwarka, where Krishna came from Mathura for his safety. Most are in Madhyadesha, the spiritual center of Hinduism, Aryanism, and Brahmanism. The southern region has 3 binding sites: Madurai, Kanchipuram, and Rameshwaram. After the south adopted the Vedic Brahmanic mainstream religion, these sites were added to the list of sacred cities. There was as much diversity among ancient Indians as among their descendants today. As a result of the 19th century obsession with race and racial classification, older history books used terms like Negrito, Proto-Australoid, Mongoloid, Mediterranean, Alpinoic, and Nordic Aryan to describe Indians, based mainly on their skin color. A racial classification based on physical characteristics has become obsolete and dangerous. The concept of ethnic diversity is more meaningful than racial classification. History, geography, and culture have divided the human race into various ethnic groups. In that sense, India has always been and continues to be a nation of many ethnicities. There have been countless millennia of these people living in India. We sometimes refer to them as Aborigines or Adivasis. Most of India's tiny population comprised nomadic hunter-gatherers and forest dwellers during the Stone Age. The ethnic groups of the world developed their cultures in diverse geographical terrains, which included mountainous regions, river valleys, plains, deserts, coasts, and forests. The ethnic admixture also absorbed Aryans, Iranians, Turco-Afghans, Greco-Macedonians, and Tibetans-Burmans from abroad. Occupational diversity was another strand of diversity. Except for the Indus region, hunter-gatherers and forest dwellers dominated the land until the first millennium BC. With the felling of forests and the acquisition of irrigation skills, major farming activities began in the Ganga-Yamuna plains. As time passed, farmers and pastoralists displaced hunter-gatherers and forest dwellers constituting most of the population. The first towns and cities in ancient India were built by farming communities using surplus crops. That is how people living in town, artisans, and traders fulfilled their respective roles. The bards and priests of ancient India also enhance our understanding of ancient India's religious diversity. The Aborigines worshipped nature animistically, but the Harappans, India's first civilization, developed rituals, and ancient Indians and Indo-Iranian Aryans merged their cultures to create this new structure. A prominent feature of Vedic Hinduism was its hierarchical and ritually ordered caste system. 20. Despite its popularity, many remained outside Vedic Hinduism, belonging to animistic and dissenting traditions. Buddhism and Jainism primarily challenged Vedic Hinduism. The ancient Indian society was, therefore, becoming more diverse and multi-faith. Some Indians had also become familiar with Islamic, Christian, Judaic, and Zoroastrian religions by the year 1200. Lastly, ancient India was a country of enormous linguistic diversity. Ancient Indians spoke a language that we do not know. We still need to determine the language and scripts used by the Harappans. South Asia's current language map does, however, reveal a few things. The two primary language families are Indo-Aryan and Dravidian, excluding minor languages spoken by Aboriginals or in peripheral border regions. Tamil is one of the oldest Indian languages that is still in use today. Dravidian languages originated in India. Originally from Iran and Central Asia, Proto-Sanskrit developed into Sanskrit, the mother tongue of the Indo-Aryan family. It flourished as a classical language in ancient India and later in the south. Still, the people in the north began to speak vernacular and non-standard languages known as Prakrits and Apabrahmashas, which became the regional languages of the north. Although Sanskrit has enriched Tamil, Tamil has remained the dominant language of the Dravidian family throughout history. Two other Dravidian languages, Telugu and Kannada, emerged during the ancient period. Several eminent historians of ancient India contributed to the contents of this book. Thus, the writers drew their evidence from primary sources, not secondary sources. Primary historical evidence in ancient India can be categorized into three types. We can categorize modern multidisciplinary research findings, literary texts, and archaeological finds. We can divide religious and secular literature into two categories. Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains have religious texts about their spiritual heritage. Sanskrit, Pali, Tamil, or Prakrit are the languages used to compose these scriptures. The Vedas and related Vedic literature, the Mahabharata and Ramayana epics, the Tripitakas, the Nikayas, and the Dipavamsa of Buddhism. The Agam texts of the Jains. The Dharmashastra, the Dharma Sutra, the devotional texts of the Puranas, and the devotional songs and hymns composed by saints who propagated the worship of Vishnu and Shiva are among the significant works of religious law. Among the secular literary texts are the Arthashastra, a work on political economy, and mathematical and astronomical treatises. Indians produced writings on medicine and surgery, grammatical works, lexicons, and architectural, music, and dance volumes. Indians did not produce systematic histories such as those by Herodotus, 485 to 425 BCE, Livy, 59 BCE to AD 17, Suma Qian, 145 to 87 BCE, or the Venerable Bede, circa Anno Domini 673-235. Two particular works stand out, however. The first is a biography of Harsha, a famous 7th century king written by a courtier named Banabhatta, and the second is an account of Kashmir's history, Rajatarangini, written by Kalhana, a scholar and courtier of the Kashmiri kingdom. Among the secular works are accounts of India left by Greeks, Chinese, Tibetans, Romans, and Islamic writers, such as al-Biruni. Despite the scarcity of ancient Indian historical texts, historians have extracted significant information from religious and secular texts. To understand ancient Indian life, it is essential to understand the religious and secular texts, many of which have not been translated into English yet. Distinguishing between historical and non-historical evidence is a challenge for historians. Archaeology is the second form of primary historical evidence. There have been 3 strands of archaeological work in India. The first and the earliest have been discovering, recording, restoring, renovating, and cataloguing thousands of material remains that stand above the ground. Inscriptions on rocks, stones, pillars, temple walls, wells, and copper or metallic plates were the most essential remains for the historian. Various Indic scripts have been used to write the inscriptions. Inscriptions of religious piety and worldly advice, like those of King Ashoka. Commemorative inscriptions, such as birth records, death records, or the visits of famous people or kings. Dedicative inscriptions, registering land grants by the kings to Brahmin priests, Buddhists and Jainist monks or temples and monasteries. And commercial inscriptions, issued by guilds of merchants, monarchs, or town councils. Prasastis, or panegyric eulogies, glorify kings and proclaim their administrative prowess in many inscriptions. Despite their weaknesses as reliable sources, inscriptions have expanded and deepened our understanding of ancient history. The Department of Archaeology of the Government of India is responsible for the care of buildings and monuments with inscriptions. The British Viceroy, Lord Curzon, provided sufficient funding and trained repair workers to restore the structures in the early 20th century. The second strand of archaeological research involved recovering materials under the ground, such as ancient coins from found hoards, which enhanced our chronological understanding of dynasties. The most significant discoveries in this field have been prehistoric fossils and tools, as well as Harappan culture and civilization after the 1920s. A final archaeological strand involves recent excavations at famous religious, urban, or commercial sites to corroborate some textual and epigraphic evidence. A wide range of exciting advances has enabled us to better understand the history of India since the mid-20th century, including anthropology, ethnography, geology, meteorology, genetics, biology, and botany. They have provided historical data and insights. Genetics, for example, reveals South Asian origins. In India, we are fortunate to have many marginalized subaltern groups that can tell their own stories through oral history. Data gathered through multidisciplinary research is another form of primary evidence besides archaeology and literary texts. Two significant developments occurred in India in the middle of the 18th century. As a result of a victory at Plessis in Bengal, the British East India Company ascended to political prominence. After that, the British tightened their control over India until it became a virtual colony. Another development was the emergence of Indology, the study of India through the eyes and mindsets of Europeans. Most Europeans in India, mainly the British, were primarily interested in the trade until the mid-18th century. Only a few were curious travelers keeping diaries. However, the dispassionate endeavors of empathetic and committed scholars, administrators, and intellectuals who became known as Orientalists sped up British and European interest in India after the mid-18th century. Despite their inextricable connections, British dominance and the rise of Indology had varying consequences, as we shall see. Only in the mid-18th century was systematic historiography of ancient India achieved. However, how scholars responded to British political dominance determined the manner and rate of its development. We can divide this intellectual activity into four phases. In the late 18th century, power and scholarship interacted in a uniquely fruitful way. This phase was dominated by Warren Hastings, the Governor-General of Bengal, who held India and her culture in high regard. A group of empathetic Orientalists he patronized included Sir William Jones, 1746 to 1994, Nathaniel Halhed, Charles Wilkins, 1749 to 1836, and Henry Colebrook, 1765 to 1837. While searching for suitable Indian tutors, these men failed to realize they could never access ancient texts concerning ancient religion, laws, and customs. Despite many difficulties, they could master Sanskrit and other Indian languages. The complex works they translated were the Bhagavad Gita, the Manusmriti, and various Dharmashastras, the collection of fables known as the Hitopadesha, and Shakuntala's famous dramatic work. The British gained a broader understanding of society with ancient cultural roots through translations. As a result of their training by Brahmin Sanskritists, the Orientalists interpreted the Indian past primarily through Sanskrit texts, narrowing their perspectives. There was a threat to the Orientalists' work during the project's second phase. By the end of the 18th century, Indian and British power shifted dramatically in favor of the former. A great and dangerous Indian challenger in Tipu Sultan of Mysore, 1750 to 99, who had been trained in military tactics by French officers, was finally defeated in 1799 by the British military might. From then on, until the Great Revolt of 1857, the British exerted overwhelming power over India. Free trade, utilitarianism, and other social and economic movements that emerged in Britain also affected India. British men who brought these movements to India were filled with an overpowering sense of pride, convinced they had the superiority and treatment to cure India of all her ancient ailments. His father, John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73, was the iconic figure of Indian historiography in this category. James Mill's History of British India is a multi-volume work that delved deeply into ancient history. Hinduism, Islam, and the British are the three periods he unwisely divided Indian history into. Under British rule, India benefited from the wisdom and enlightenment lost during the first two periods due to the terror of Oriental despotism. Known for his famous Minutes on Indian Education, he criticized Hindu and Islamic education systems in India and proposed replacing Sanskrit and Urdu with English. He believed westernization would revitalize India, as did another great leader of the period, Lord Macaulay, 1800 to 59. The writings of the British on India in the 19th century were influenced mainly by Mill and Macaulay. Orientalism is a term pejoratively used today to describe such writings. Edward Said, the late Palestinian writer who analyzed the concept of Orientalism profoundly, demonstrates in many writings how the official British and European colonial mentality of arrogance and pejorative perceptions permeated the works of famous 19th century novelists. It is not entirely Said's analysis of the Orientalists of the first phase referred to above, or those who, despite British officialdom's antipathy towards their research, dedicated themselves to uncovering the truth about India's past. British historians and archaeologists such as Sir Alexander Cunningham, 1814–93, James Prinsep, 1799–1840, James Ferguson, Vincent Smith, 1848–1920, and Sir John Marshall, 1876–1958, who did so much to expose India's past, would be unfairly lumped together. Orientalism tainted Said's work. Despite the excellent work done by British and European historians, the Indians reacted against the foreigners' monopoly over reconstructing India's ancient past. In this case, we are in the third phase. There were two forms of Indian response. Hindus, who were highly politicized, fluent in English, and immensely proud of the evaluations and translations of ancient texts that were increasingly made in the 19th century, adopted a nationalistic fervor about the past. This is evident in the works and speeches of B.G. the Tilak family, 1856–1920, the Saraswati family, 1824–83, Chatterjee, Bankim Chandra, 1838–1994, and V.D. Savarkar, 1883–1966. Despite this, they uncritically examined and glorified Hinduism and its past. Madame Blavatsky, 1831–91, and Mrs. Annie Besant, 1847–1933, exemplify this tendency in two specific European works. In their understanding and interpretation of ancient India, other Indians adopted a more measured approach. Many historians and academics carefully studied the historical criteria and avoided reading too much. The group included R.G. Ahandakar, 1837–1955, H.C. Raychaudhuri, 1892–1957, Radha Chandra Mahamda, and Humayun Kabir. Vincent Smith's 9 books on Indian history set high standards they followed and even exceeded. Since independence from British rule, we have been in the fourth phase. The attitude of British and European historians specializing in India has changed dramatically. Their predecessors' bold Victorian declarations are no longer present. Despite their humble approach, their work in their specialist fields has been outstanding. Among these works, The Wonder That Was India is perhaps the most magnificent. A. L. Brusham wrote it. The most influential and critical historian in India is D. D. Kosambi. Kosambi pioneered a Marxist approach to historiography because of his mathematician's logic, ethnologists' keen observation, and scholars' incisive interpretation of Indian texts. Despite not knowing much about India, Marxism is considered one of the best methods of studying history, because it uses relevant social and economic questions from the past to study the present. In his 1956 introduction to the study of Indian history and 1965 book, The Culture and Civilization of Ancient India in Historical Outline, Kosambi introduced new concepts and methodologies. Several prominent historians, including Ramila Thapar and Irfan Habib, have praised Kosambi's work for opening new paths, and their books reflect a new depth and diversity. Primary sources from ancient India remain fertile ground for investigation and forensic work. In the absence of contemporary written records, archaeology is our principal assistant in studying the prehistory of any region. Archaeologists can now consult experts in various fields, including cultural anthropology, geology, climate science, and genetics, to interpret their available data. Over the last 2 centuries, archaeological and other research has produced awe-inspiring results. Despite controversies over the significance of specific evidence, we now have much scientific evidence to investigate prehistoric issues. While studying the prehistory of India and South Asia, the following questions are fascinating. When did the first humans appear? How did they make their tools? How did they live? What was their socio-economic status? What was the point at which they started farming? Is the subcontinent beginning to show signs of urban civilization? This area of research is still in its infancy, so the answers are often unclear. This chapter, however, addresses the questions based on what is available. Approximately 6 million years ago, our remotest ancestors, descended from primates, acquired the ability to walk on 2 feet. Archaeologists and paleontologists refer to them as hominins. We found evidence of the first tool-using members of their lineage in eastern and southern Africa around 2.5 million years ago, after different hominins coexisted for 3.5 million years. Within Africa, these tool-using hominins evolved into 3 branches, including Homo habilis, Homo ergaster, and Homo erectus. Over 1 million years ago, the more enterprising members of the last 2 left Africa, spreading to Europe, West Asia, East Asia, and Indonesia. It would, however, be wrong to conclude that there were no tool-using hominins outside Africa before 1 million years ago. As well as discovering fossil remains of hominids such as Sivapithecus and Ramapithecus in the northern regions of the subcontinent, recent discoveries of 2-million-year-old chopping tools in northwest Pakistan suggest that the dating of human ancestry is still a developing concept. It would be imprudent to give too many dates. The long period of evolution, adaptation, and diffusion by the pre-human species, such as the Australopithecines and the 3 hominin branches, culminated when our species, Homo sapiens, modern humans biologically similar to us, emerged around 400,000 years ago. In terms of Homo sapiens' origin, there are 2 conflicting hypotheses. The multi-regional origins of humans argue that Homo sapiens evolved gradually from Homo erectus populations in various parts of the world. According to the out-of-Africa hypothesis, African humanity, such as Homo erectus and later Homo sapiens, spread to other parts of the world over thousands of years and dominated them. Modern humans, including South Asians, may have an African origin based on a combination of fossil remains and sophisticated research into human genes. Around 500,000 years ago, Homo erectus might have moved significantly from Africa to South Asia via West Asia. In the subcontinent, Homo sapiens arrived from 2 directions and over 2 different periods. In addition to the traditional route through West Asia 30,000 years ago, an earlier group may have landed on the shores of South India 50,000 years prior, while traveling towards the Andaman Islands, Indonesia, and the Australasian Islands. New theories, particularly from genetic studies, will likely help us gain further insights into the first settlements of Homo sapiens around the world. South Asian Homo sapiens have flourished and multiplied in the region, even though the peopling of India and South Asia is still uncertain. Humanity today is concentrated most heavily on the Indian subcontinent. By 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens had dominated all Homo genera in the known world. From the later hominins onward, archaeology became more relevant when stone tool material culture advanced. The complexity of artifacts, such as pottery, increases over time. Archaeologists analyze fossils, tools, and artifacts of any kind, whether primitive or sophisticated, and search using 3 recognized procedures. One is typological classification, which analyzes the similarities and differences among the tools and artifacts. 16. A stratigraphy method examines the layers and strata of the Earth. For example, the remains could be from an older chronological period, since successive generations cover the levels with debris in the most profound levels below the ground. The deepest level, containing the oldest materials, is referred to as Period 1, and each layer is numbered according to a chronological period. The third essential procedure involves dating, which can be done in several ways, including spectrometric dating of materials older than 10,000 years ago, and radiocarbon dating, dendrochronology, and thermoluminescence. Over the last 150 years, archaeology and other sciences have combined to shed light on the earliest humans and their activities. The prehistoric period for all regions of the world is characterized by the gradual increase in the human ability to shape tools from stone, which is why most of the prehistoric period, from the time of the first tool-making hominins 2.5 million years ago, has been known as the Stone Age. Due to the difficulty of studying such an extended period, archaeologists divide it into three periods: the Old, or Paleolithic, Middle, or Mesolithic, and New, Neolithic. There are three sub-periods within the Paleolithic period, which is the longest of the three. 1. The Lower Paleolithic is the earliest period of the Old Stone Age. Second Paleolithic period of the Middle Ages. 3. The Upper Paleolithic periods. People progressed at varying rates in different regions because of time lag, climatic vagaries, enormous distances, and many geographical and physical barriers. Regarding our chronology, Africa was the first region in the world to display characteristics of the Lower Paleolithic. Copper, tin, and iron are thought to have marked the end of the Stone Age. Today, there are isolated groups of people who work primarily with stone artifacts and are deemed to be living in the Stone Age. It is fair to assume that the Stone Age began around 500,000 years ago, when tool-making members of Homo erectus arrived in Indian and South Asian history, and that it lasted until at least the 3rd millennium BC, when copper objects from the Harappan civilization were discovered. The earliest Homo species yet found in the subcontinent, Narmada man, is only about 250,000 years old, whereas the remains of the earliest Homo sapiens, found in Sri Lanka, date to 34,000 years. The Paleolithic Stone Age lasted the longest, lasting about 26,000 years ago. The remains of faunal fossils have been largely recovered from the Paleolithic era, revealing essential clues to researchers about climate conditions and their effects on landscapes, even though we have little evidence of human remains. In addition, we have stone implements gathered from different sites in South Asia, from all sub-periods of the Paleolithic era. The Lower Paleolithic era was characterized by pebble tools and hand axes. Extensive pebble tools and chopper deposits were discovered in the Soan River Valley in Pakistan, and the hoards found there and at other sites are known as the Soan culture. The hand axes were first discovered near Chennai, Madras, by a British archaeologist, Robert Bruce Foote, in 1863. So the hand axe assemblage is known as Madrasian culture. A tool culture, known as Navasan culture, named for the Navasa site in the valley of the Godavari River in the Deccan, contains various flake tools, cores, scrapers, and borers from the Middle Paleolithic era. The skills of giving a sharper foundation to all the various stone tools, resulting in finer blades and burins, were perfected later in the Upper Paleolithic era. In Maharashtra, these later tools were found at Patna. Paleolithic hunter-gatherers remained hunter-gatherers based on evidence of tools and fossils. They collected all kinds of wild berries, roots, and fruits. They lived nomadically in open spaces and used caves for shelter and protection. One small piece of evidence may help us reconstruct a picture of their social life in the Upper Paleolithic age. 30. This consists of some of the earliest cave paintings at Bhimbetka on the Narmada River in central India, depicting hunting scenes and fertility symbols. As the Paleolithic and Mesolithic periods transitioned, a new type of stone tool emerged known as the microlith. It was a superior implement despite its small size. A typical microlith kit would consist of tiny microblades, triangles, trapezes, crescents, and arrowheads, all extremely sharp at their cutting faces and truly effective weapons. These microliths have been found in South Asia since 26,000 BCE, when Sri Lankan sites were discovered. Several sites have been explored in detail on the Indian mainland, including Bagor in Rajasthan, Langnaj in Gujarat, Sarai Nahar Rai, Mahadaha, and Damdama in the Gangetic Plains, and Adamgarh, Bhimbetka, and Gharia in central India. These sites all contain microliths that date back much further than 26,000 BCE. As a result of the microlith, we can interpret Mesolithic life as an improvement on Paleolithic life. Due to its ability to adhere to other tools, like knives or scissors, the microlith was functionally more valuable than a large stone pebble. Using arrowheads, hunters could kill animals from a distance, reducing their chances of attacking them. Flaking stones, such as quartz, chert, or other chalcedonies, precious stones, produced microliths. With the decline of pebble stones, habitats shifted from river sites to hills and forests. Movements of people between the Gangetic Plains and Vindhya escarpments in central India have also been observed to be seasonal. The people followed the game to hill caves in winter, taking shelter from the cold. The reverse movement occurred during the hot season, when plains plants augmented the people's subsistence. Several querns and stone rings have been found at different sites, indicating a primitive form of agriculture. The ends of digging sticks were probably weighted with ring stones. Neighbouring debris has yielded deer, boar, and ostrich bones, while the habitation areas have yielded the bones of cows, sheep, and goats. Several habitations contain grave goods such as microliths, shells, ivory pendants, and skeletal remains. We need to find out if this implies the belief in an afterlife or some form of status consciousness. According to a study, some human remains show signs of osteoarthritis. In Sri Lanka, some burial sites were just middens of rubbish. Indian cave sites in Kerala and Kashmir have uncovered excellent examples of rock art depicting animal bodies and human figures. From the Paleolithic period onwards, Bhimbetka, central India, demonstrates a continuity of rock art tradition, with greater sophistication demonstrated during the Mesolithic and Neolithic periods. In human history, the Neolithic Revolution is sometimes called the advent of farming. In 4 or 5 regions around 8000 BCE, a transition from hunter-gathering to farming occurred gradually but clearly. This happened due to the Pleistocene era, or the last ice age. The ice retreat ushered in post-glacial times known as the Holocene epoch. Archaeologically, the New Stone Age began during the Holocene period. Plants and animals were domesticated in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, China, and South Asia. New Stone Age stone tools such as polished ground stone axes, stone sickles, hammer stones, and stone blades were far more efficient and varied than their earlier counterparts. Farmers, pastors, and settlements did not all emerge simultaneously, as evidenced by Neolithic sites. Developments occurred gradually, and the old and the new coexisted long before the new took over. There is evidence for farming and domestication of animals at different archaeological sites in India and South Asia, dating back to almost 11,000 BCE, the end of the Ice Age. Mesopotamia and the Fertile Crescent are believed to have originated as the first farmers in South Asia. Neolithic sites are spread across the subcontinent, but 4 concentrations allow us to identify regional similarities and differences. Baluchistan has the largest concentration of Neolithic farming villages near the Bolan River, and its pass connects the uplands with the plains of the River Indus. A farming and pastoral community existed in this subcontinent region, as evidenced by mud-built structures, chert blades, barley and wheat seeds, sheep, goats, and cattle bones. Since the 1970s, extensive archaeological excavations have revealed 7,000-year-old strata in the village of Mehergarh, the binding site. Links also exist between the sites of Rana Gundai and Kiligul Muhammad. Pakistan's Kashmir and Swat valleys have a second concentration of sites. There is evidence of Neolithic farming settlements at sites such as Burzahom and Gofkrol, which contain Neolithic implements, ceramics, and faunal remains. Furthermore, researchers have discovered bell-shaped pits measuring 15 feet in diameter and 13 feet in depth. Some suggest that these pits served as underground dwellings for humans, or as burial hoard sites, and might have been connected with the Central Asian Neolithic communities that dug similar pits. There is still speculation among excavators about whether the pits were grain stores or merely massive refuse dumps, but some think otherwise. A vast Gangetic basin stretches into eastern India, containing the third concentration of sites. Pre-farming Neolithic sites show continuity between the Mesolithic and Neolithic periods. At specific sites such as Kapani Mando, Mahagara, Koldihawa, and Shirand, we have evidence of farming and domestication of animals during the 4th millennium BC. Despite the presence of rice grains, there has been debate about whether rice cultivation originated on the subcontinent or migrated from East and Southeast Asia during the 2nd millennium BC. The 4th region of South India concentrates on Neolithic sites. Massive ash mounds have been discovered at sites such as Utnur. The ash mounds may have resulted from burning successive phases of stockades or pens where cattle were brought and tamed. The remains of pulses, millets, and local tubers found in the many open-air settlements of South India provide evidence of a distinct regional farming and religious culture. Agriculture had some universal consequences. The hunter-gatherers' nomadic lifestyles diverged sharply from the sedentary lifestyles of the cultivators. By employing a limited amount of land more intensively, they gained greater rewards than the hunter-gatherers in all areas. Similarly, technological innovations such as irrigation, ploughing, and later in India, terracing in hill regions, helped produce surpluses of food. And this, combined with the predictability of food supplies, resulted in an increase in the agricultural population. Hunter-gatherers would not become marginal figures in the Indian landscape until many millennia after 7000 BCE, because farmers needed forest produce and honey. Hunter-gatherers and farmers maintained contact for a long time. Agriculture involved cultivating land and nurturing domesticated animals. So cultivators co-labored seasonally with semi-nomadic and settled pastoralists. Cattle, sheep, and goats ate the stubble after harvest, and their manure fertilized the soil. It was typical for cultivators and pastoralists to barter essential items. Both parties exchanged a surplus of cereals, milk, meat, and animal skins for material benefits. Over time, artisans who were neither peasants nor pastoralists exchanged the surplus for their artifacts and products. Another class of traders eventually facilitated the exchange process. Agriculturists enjoyed incremental levels of prosperity, while hunter-gatherers lived day-to-day lives. In Baluchistan and the Indus Basin, the very first areas of farming in South Asia, remains of pots, pans, beads, shells, and assorted jewelry testify to this diversity, dating from at least the 6th millennium BC. In the founding of communities, agriculture helped establish permanent habitations and settlements. Agricultural communities developed meaningful concepts of identity, ethnicity, and ancestry. Within these communities, family kinship was a unifying factor among groups bound by marriage ties. Within families, gifted or influential personalities became leaders. During this period, hereditary leadership also developed. As a result of status-seeking among particular families within a community, social complexity increased. There is evidence of this trend in grave goods. Agricultural settlements engendered a complex social structure characterized by war. The land was the main point of contention. Unlike the hunter-gatherers, the agriculturists had to protect their land against raiding parties of nomadic pastoralists or other enemy clans. They roamed vast tracts of land that did not belong to any specific clan. Neither Neolithic nor post-Neolithic agricultural societies engaged in violent conflict, as evidenced by the remains of defensive enclosures or the skeletons of bodies impaled with weapons. Despite Neolithic farming communities and villages being found in 4 different subcontinental regions, their transformation into proto-urban dwellers happened primarily in the northwest, particularly in the Indus region. Known as the era of regionalization, the early Harappan phase was the prelude to the maturity of the Harappan civilization. In addition to the excellent city settlement of Harappa in Punjab, the term Harappan is sometimes used to describe the styles and features of monuments and artifacts from the entire Harappan Indus civilization to which the city belonged. During the early Harappan period, village settlements developed into proto-urban forms because of the antecedents of this civilization dating back to the late Neolithic period. Nearly until the mid-20th century, it was believed that the Indus urban civilization had foreign origins, probably Mesopotamian, and could not have developed indigenously. Since the 1970s, archaeological research has disproved this thesis. Archaeologists in the Northwest Zone needed more attention to ecological and geographical conditions. Their research focused primarily on metropolitan cities, rather than on the evolution of human occupation before the rise of urban centers. However, many post-war archaeologists excavated at different and remote sites, and after uncovering layers of habitation levels, have provided us with a unique understanding of the historical sequences of human societies before urbanism. The researchers have demonstrated how the people of the Northwest Indian subcontinent eventually progressed from a Neolithic state to an acceptable urban cultural lifestyle during the Copper-Bronze Chalcolithic Age. Therefore, the roots of the cities of Indus lie within the subcontinent, not outside. Baluchistan. Key sites include Mehrgarh, Kiligul Muhammad, Rana Gundai, and Balakot. Sindh. Key sites include Amri and Kot Diji. Western Punjab, a key site of Harappa. The Gomal Valley, a key site of Rehman Deri, and the Gaggar Hakra Valley, a key site of Kalibangan, run through Rajasthan and Haryana in modern India, and are relevant to understanding the rural-to-urban transition. Some clues reveal their incipient urbanism in the relative sizes of their ground plans, the foundations of their houses and streets, the varied pottery manufacture, household objects, tools, and valuable grave goods. Near these sites, one often finds agriculturally fertile land and trade routes. Their antiquity varies chronologically. The excavations during the 1960s distinguished 4 distinct periods. As a result of the continuity of the tradition, the archaeologists agree that the mature Harappan period lasted from about 2600 to 1900 BCE. In the 6th millennium, the early farming phase would be too simplistic to be called early Harappan. Considering Mehrgarh's significance, it may be appropriate to call the period between 7000 and 4500 BCE the Baluchistan phase. The period from 4500 to 3500 BCE may be considered a time of transition. And it may be appropriate to refer to the period from about 3500 to 1740 BCE as the Indus Valley Civilization, 2600 BCE as the early Harappan period, or, according to historian Jim Schaffer, an era of regionalization. 4 sites, Amri, Kot Diji, Kalibangan, and Mehrgarh, represent the early Harappan period, circa 3500 to 2600 BCE, and provide distinct evidence of proto-urban features. Amri, Kot Diji, and Kalibangan are 3 proto-urban sites that provide evidence for urbanization. The first of these 4 sites, Amri, is located on the west bank of the Indus, about 160 kilometers south of Mohenjo-Daro. The Amri culture is the earliest phase of the Amri culture, circa 3500 to 3000 BCE. The 4 archaeological periods of Amri reveal a sequence of styles, skills, and developments that point to the Indus civilization. Some scraps of copper, blades, bangles, stone tools, and earthenware jars have been found among the ruins of rough, low-level rectangular houses, with mud flooring just a few inches above the outside level. From period 2, 3000 to 2700 BCE, pottery styles and house designs improved significantly. Amri was part of the Indus civilization in period 3 and peaked at urbanization during the mature Harappan age between 2700 and 2400 BCE. Large houses, built from standardized adobe bricks, widely employed wheel-turned pottery with strong individualistic design styles. As Mohenjo-Daro grew, Amri was eclipsed, and in period 4, known as the late Harappan period, there is evidence of an overall decline in sites like Amri. We can observe how culture develops into an urban form at Kot Diji in Sindh. The Kot Diji ceramic style reached sites as far apart as Rehman Deri, Amri and Kalibangan between 3200 and 2600 BCE. There are globular jars of redware decorated with fish scales and pipal leaves in this style. Plain and painted terracotta bangles, cattle figurines, cones, semi-precious stone beads, and many shells and bone items demonstrate a higher standard of living than the early Neolithic villages. Amri and Mehrgarh lacked fortified citadel complexes and lower towns, essential for Kot Diji urbanism. Similar planning patterns were evident in the central areas of settlements at Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. The Ghaggar-Hakra River once passed through Kalibangan, a key site in Rajasthan near Delhi, before flowing through Rajasthan and Haryana. The maximum area of the site would have been approximately 20 hectares or 50 acres. It is the only site that shows such a clear continuity between late Neolithic proto-urbanity and the Indus civilization. Archaeologists have discovered an early Harappan settlement beneath the citadel mound, as at Mohenjo-Daro, which had a citadel mound and a lower town during its mature Harappan phase. Mud bricks constructed the fortification wall between 3000 and 2700 BC. Mud plastered both the inner and outer surfaces of this wall. According to the foundation, each house had 3 or 4 rooms. It has been possible to excavate many valuable household items, such as ovens and storage pits. Antiquities discovered included gold and silver beads, carnelian, faience, chalcedony blades, and pottery of various designs. Black and white paintings dominated red or pink pottery, and non-scriptural graffiti, other than the mature Harappan script, covered some of it. Mehrgarh in Baluchistan is even more important than the 3 locations mentioned above. Mehrgarh has become a perfect example of a Neolithic society linked to a mature Harappan culture, based on the findings of significant excavations conducted there in 1974 under Jean-François Jarige and his Franco-Pakistani team. Mohenjo-Daro was at its peak 4,500 years before 2,500 BCE, so no site in the Indian subcontinent offers us such a unique look back. It is worth examining Mehrgarh's geographical location. A tributary of the Indus, the Bolan River, runs through the site about 250 kilometers northwest of Mohenjo-Daro on the Bolan Pass. It lies within the Kachi plain of Baluchistan, which belongs to the Indus drainage system. Alluvium and floodwaters from the Bolan River and the Indus Basin made Mehrgarh an ideal farming site. Bolan Pass is one of the critical access points between India and Afghanistan, and Mehrgarh was strategically located on a historic route that linked the Indus Valley with the Iranian plateau, which led to Central and West Asia. Jewelry made from precious stones like lapis lazuli shows that Mehrgarh's people traded early on. On approximately 500 acres, there are 6 mounds at Mehrgarh. Despite the site's size, each period only covered a small area as the habitation focus shifted over time. In MR3, archaeologists discovered evidence of continuous human occupation from about 7,000 to 4,700 BCE. Comparing Mehrgar's period 1 with Amri's period 1, whose onset is only 3,500 BCE, one can appreciate Mehrgar's greater antiquity. After period Y, the Mehrgarian chronology descends to 2,300 BCE, during which the Mehrgarians improved their skills and arts to a level that eventually matched that of the mature Harappan society. They were experimenting, innovating and improvising instead of imitating foreign models in their pottery, copperware, figurines, and other ornaments. As per a recent report published by the University of Rome's Human Biology Department, the people of Mehrgar are also skilled in dentistry. Mehrgar has recovered some of the oldest cotton seeds, raising the possibility of the first cotton manufacturing processes in the Indus region. As the result of a long and sustained cultural evolution in the plains, valleys, and surrounding regions of the mighty Indus River in northwest India, we have the Harappan civilization, also known as the Indus civilization. This river is still the lifeblood of Punjab and Sindh, the basis of their agricultural prosperity. But its significance in world history cannot be overstated, as three of the world's oldest civilizations developed along their great rivers: the Egyptians along the Nile, the Mesopotamians along the Tigris-Euphrates, and the Chinese along the Yangtze. The first significant civilization of the Indian subcontinent developed along the banks of the Indus. Other nearby rivers supported large human settlements, such as Ghaggar Hakra, Saraswati, and Drasadvati. The earliest Old Indian Vedic literature and modern geological and archaeological surveys provide evidence of these settlements. The culture and tradition based on the Indus and other rivers covered a vast area, encompassing modern Pakistan, northwest India, and Gujarat today. During the mature phase of the Harappan civilization, specifically the urban phase, roughly 2,600 to 1,900 BC, the antecedent phase, the early Harappans, had already been formed 1,000 years earlier. It has been estimated that the roots of this civilization can be traced back to 7,000 BCE, the earliest date assigned to the findings at Mehrgar. By 1900 BCE, the great cities had markedly declined, but the cultural influence of this civilization continued for a few centuries. Until the 20th century, people did not remember or care about the Harappans' culture or achievements, except for the sparse clues in ancient Vedic texts. In hindsight, one would hope that at least the thinking and literate section of the Indian population during the following 4 millennia would have acknowledged, remembered, and cherished the legacy of this civilization. Historians radically revised the interpretation of early Indian history in 2 stages. It was in the 1920s that Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa discovered that things had changed. In the 1920s and 1930s, they recognized that Indian history was much older than they had believed. Due to this, the belief that Indian civilization began with the Aryans around 1500 BCE had to be discarded, resulting in a consensus that Indian civilization dates back at least 3000 BCE. Historians confirmed the revised chronology and questioned the origins of the Harappan civilization, wondering if it was an import. In the 1970s, research put these doubts to rest. In the mature phase, Mesopotamian or other foreign influences on the Harappan civilization are absent. The roots of the Harappan civilization are clearly traceable to Neolithic villages in Baluchistan, such as Mehrgar. As some modern revisionists are eager to claim, the Harappan civilization was not based on Vedic culture, but was the next phase in developing Indian culture. Despite some similarities to Vedic culture, Harappan culture was essentially pre-Vedic and non-Vedic but indigenous, as Sir John Marshall asserted. Despite not being as romantic or nostalgic as Egypt and Mesopotamia, Harappan archaeology is a remarkable story of scholarly and perseverant endeavors to uncover the past. Several sites have been excavated in the geographical and cultural zone northwest of the subcontinent. the work of incredible archaeologists has marked 3 phases of excavation and the discovery of amazing finds. First, there was the 19th century. James Lewis, whose real name was Charles Masson, was the first pioneer. As an English soldier, he deserted the East India Company's army. In his new guise, he visited Harappa's ruins in Punjab in the 1820s. Observing many fine and standard-sized bricks, he described the site as a ruinous brick castle, with high walls and towers. A few years later, Lieutenant Alexander Burns also visited Harappa while making a historic journey up the River Indus. According to Burns, the place was 3 miles long and had extensive ruins. A large number of bricks were present, but there was no building. He also visited an Indus site called Amri earlier on his journey to provide crucial evidence for future archaeologists. Archaeological Survey of India Director General Sir Alexander Cunningham visited Harappa when he heard about the findings of Masson and Burns. During the 1850s and 1873, he made 3 expeditions. During the first 2 visits, he was able to corroborate Masson and Burns's evidence. But he was very disappointed to witness the depletion of vast quantities of bricks during the 1873 visit. British engineers used the bricks as ballast under the tracks between Lahore and Multan. Cunningham conducted a survey of the Harappan bricks before their complete disappearance. He discovered a seal engraved with a bull without a hump, 2 stars under the neck, and a 6-character inscription on unpolished but smooth black stone. The British Museum now houses this seal, the first of hundreds associated with Harappan culture. The Archaeological Survey of India appointed John Marshall as the new Director General in 1902. The Viceroy, Lord Curzon, a lover and admirer of India's historical monuments who wanted them restored to their ancient glory, appointed Marshall to keep India under the British Crown. Authorizing extra funding for the Archaeological Survey helped Marshall make his mark. Besides Cunningham's work, Marshall's interest in Harappa and other similar sites was also sparked by an Italian scholar, Luigi Pio Tessitori, who had written about a place called Kalibangan. The First World War delayed Marshall's order for a systematic excavation of Harappa in 1914. A deputy of his, Daya Ram Sani, took the initiative only in 1920. Sani found 3 more seals along with other curious pictographic legends, but the results could have been more encouraging after much plundering by railroad authorities. Until 1925, he continued to work on his project. A few years after his visit there in 1911, he wrote these words, something he must have regretted later. According to local tradition, these are the remains of a 200-year-old town. D.R. Bhandarkar first saw and wrote about Mohenjo-daro, the other prime site. This is true, as evidenced by the discovery of bricks. There is a lack of terracottas amidst the complete ruins, and they are of a modern type. Banerjee began excavating Mohenjo-daro in 1919, but his pessimistic assessment did not receive universal acceptance. As a result, he concluded that the site was very ancient and would yield many treasures. In his search, he came across 3 soapstone seals resembling Harappa's. After comparing seals and other materials from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, Marshall and his deputies became increasingly confident that the 2 towns were sites of a shared historical civilization nearly 4,500 years ago. Throughout 1925 and 1927, Marshall, with the assistance of a team of brilliant Indian deputies, including M.S. Dev and K.N. Dikshit, worked tirelessly with hundreds of laborers. He achieved astonishing and stupendous results. His interpretations of his findings were to have an enormous impact on Indian history. Archaeologist Robin Coningham believes Marshall's museums and newspaper coverage of the Indus civilization played a crucial role in the road to self-determination, providing a civilized backdrop for self-determination. Some say Marshall left India 2,000 years older than he found it. During the 1930s, new excavations continued. The Museum of Fine Arts in Boston sponsored an American team led by Norman Brown to dig and send artifacts to Chanhu Daro, east of the Indus. Sir Aurel Stein, another famous archaeologist, identified nearly 60 different sites along the dried-up Ghaggar-Hakra river system. During the 1930s, archaeologists had little funding due to the economic depression. On Lord Linlithgow's orders, Sir Leonard Woolley investigated the effects of these changes on training new staff and many other administrative issues. However, Indian archaeologists savagely attacked the Woolley Report, 1939, for its unduly negative tone. After the appointment of Mortimer Wheeler as Archaeological Survey Director General in 1944, the third primary phase began. Wheeler developed stratigraphic excavation and recording methods that remain in use today. The Harappan culture's demise was the subject of his new theories, and he trained a new generation of South Asian archaeologists in his methods. Although some of his theories are now rejected, he laid the groundwork for Indian and Pakistani archaeologists post-independence by bringing new skills to the archaeological projects of the Indus Basin. Indian and Pakistani archaeologists in the region broke new ground when Wheeler became an advisor after partition. New discoveries, such as a 3,500-year-old stone axe engraved with Harappan script, recently discovered in Tamil Nadu, are not uncommonly reported. These discoveries indicate a much broader period of Harappan influence on the subcontinent and a closer historical connection between the regions. Similarly, the University of Vadodara in India has established a museum and study centre for the Indus civilization. These developments will deepen our understanding of the phases of Harappan culture and civilization. A Franco-Pakistani team led by Jean-François Jarij conducted the most important excavation of Mehrgarh in Baluchistan during the post-war period. Throughout the 7th millennium BC, this team's work contributed to the Indus Valley's magnificent cities. It is during the high urban phase that the mature phase occurs. As a result of the extensive material evidence excavated from the ground by dedicated teams of specialists and labourers, and systematically studied and interpreted by the names mentioned above, we can reconstruct this urban civilization and gain insight into the lives and customs of the Harappans. A site may contain finds from various epochs during the mature period, which lasts about 700 years. It is fascinating to examine each of the finds closely. Brick walls and children's toys, for example, speak for themselves. We briefly explain their purpose. Other finds, such as sculptures, terracotta seals, or recognizable seal motifs, require interpretation for their particular significance. They do not describe themselves independently, but may provide valuable clues to understanding Harappan art, trade, and religion. Some finds keep everything the same, such as the Harappan script or the strangely shaped figurines on seals. They are challenging to investigate. A decipherment of the script would significantly enhance our understanding of the Harappans. Despite these challenges, we can discuss the mature urban phase of the Harappan civilization with sufficient material evidence. Several Harappan settlements have been found in Sindh, Baluchistan, in the Cholistan Desert in Pakistan's Bahawalpur district, in Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and in the upper areas of the Ganga-Yamuna Valley. A similar settlement was found in northern Afghanistan at Shortugai, near Oxus. Settlement forms have been classified into 4 tiers based on their size and importance. Harappa, West Punjab, Mohenjo-Daro, Sindh, Dholavira, Gujarat, Rakhigarhi, Haryana, and Ganveriwala, Bahawalpur, make up the first tier. Each other site covers 80 hectares, or 200 acres, while 3 cover 100 or 250 acres. There are 32 sites in the second tier, each occupying about 20 hectares or 50 acres. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa have served as benchmarks for comparing the comparative urbanism of other sites. Despite being less prominent, they have walled enclosures and other architectural features similar to the first-tier sites. The two major sites are Kalibangan, Haryana, and Lothal, Gujarat. Settlements in the third tier, many more than in the second, include Surkotada and Kuntasi, both in Gujarat, which cover on average 3 hectares or 7.5 acres. Several aspects of these sites, such as their fortifications and ceramics, indicate a distinct, mature Harappan style. Nearly 15,000 settlements are in the fourth tier, each covering approximately 1 hectare. The villages or centres were specialised craft centres. There are 2 specific sites, Balakot, Sindh, and Nageshwar, Gujarat. A question that has preoccupied historians and archaeologists is whether all the settlements collectively belonged to an empire, perhaps administered from Harappa or Mohenjo-Daro. Instead of an empire, we should consider a particular cultural pattern and type of organization covering a wide area. There was excellent cultural uniformity, without substantial archaeological evidence of a central political authority. Through the hundreds and thousands of bricks stacked or scattered about the ground in Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro before any digging had begun, the first archaeologists were already learning about the urban splendors of the Indus people. Railway depredation significantly depleted Harappa's brick stock, while Mohenjo-Daro's remained substantial. Archaeologists found many mud bricks made before the middle of the 3rd millennium BCE, but those made after 2600 BCE fascinated them. The kilns baked the bricks using charcoal from dense forests throughout the Indus Valley, a region abundant with wood. All 7 by 14 by 28 centimeters baked kiln bricks were perfectly shaped, measuring 7 by 14 by 28 centimeters, with a thickness to width to length ratio of 1 to 2 to 4. What emerged at Mohenjo-Daro, primarily after the top layers of debris and overgrowth had been cleared away. The ruins of an entire city were visible from below, well planned and divided into mounds. A high citadel mound with strong fortifications stood to the west, while a lower city with smaller mounds stood to the east. Several prominent public buildings were ruins on the citadel mound, the Great Bath being the most famous. Archaeologists are still determining what another building is, but it may be a granary. A third building might be a magnificent hall. The lower city's significant streets arranged in grid patterns crisscross many smaller streets and alleyways. The blocks of houses between them did not open onto any of the main streets. Clean water supply systems for houses, public buildings, streets and latrine facilities where waste is channeled off without coming in contact with clean water fascinate modern observers and tourists. According to one authority, nearly 700 wells were located in the city, each with its own well. Water for drinking, cooking, bathing and cleaning would have been available from these cisterns and reservoirs. Millions of people in poverty-stricken third world cities suffer from acute water shortages today, which negatively impacts their quality of life. Mohenjo-Daro's people never faced this problem 4,500 years ago. Engineers and plumbers deserve much credit for laying out separate inflows and drains under streets and buildings. Among the many significant sites, Mohenjo-Daro stands out for its discoveries. Most of these sites have a raised citadel in the west, a lower town in the east, burned brick or mud brick houses, drainage systems, and reasonably straight wide streets intersecting narrow lanes. However, Mohenjo-Daro was home to the unique Great Bath, a structure unlike any other ancient world. However, other Harappan settlements exhibit similar architectural features. For instance, Harappa used circular brick platforms for threshing grain instead of a citadel mound. Lothal has an artificial platform with streets and houses, as well as what appears to be either a brick dockyard connected to the Gulf of Cambay, or a bath or freshwater reservoir. Among the most exciting sites was Dholavira, which was divided into 3 parts: the castle and bailey sector, the middle sector, and the lower town. Its construction did not involve the use of bricks. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa do not have gateways, stairs, corridors, ceremonial routes or guard chambers, which are unique to the citadel. Large water reservoirs were also built as part of the civic planning at Dholavira. Harappan systems do not lack organization, just because they lack unified empires or city-states. People's living standards are superior to those of the semi-rural phase in the early Harappan phase, because of the complex civic planning of the first 3 tiers of settlements. There are significant public buildings throughout the metropolitan cities, but the Western Citadel area was the headquarters of the elite. From there, all major civic affairs were organized. The paramount concern of those in charge of the large settlements was ensuring a continuous food supply for the inhabitants. This was not a complicated task, because the more prominent sites were situated in proximity to various geographical zones with rich farming plains, rivers, and coastal fisheries, pasture lands for domestic animals, and dense forests. The state officials overseeing the enormous granaries purchased food from farmers to supply the cities. Archaeologists have found wheat, barley, peas, melons, sesame, and mustard seeds, several of which bear dates. Although archaeologists cannot agree on the precise location of the granaries, they have discovered storage depots and food warehouses. Despite the original plans for Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, both sites likely had granaries. Farmers and granary officials traded commodities in graduated sizes, using standard weights and measures. The Harappans kept various domesticated and wild animals, as evidenced by faunal bone remains and terracotta animal images. We are still determining what proportion of people consume meat. According to the number of artifacts and finds available, Mohenjo-Daro and other large centers were bustling settlements. Artisans, traders, and workers were busy all over the lower city. In addition to textiles, ceramics, and stone carving, household artifacts such as razors, bowls, cups, vases, spindles, jewelry, statuettes, figurines, and children's toys were mechanical and were among the most essential crafts. As far as sophistication is concerned, this last group of goods is the most reliable indicator. Indus Valley technology is evident in the processes used to make these articles. Despite being the first Bronze Age people in Indian history, the Harappans had few bronze tools. The Harappans manufactured bronze by mixing copper and tin, which were difficult to obtain. Many ornaments and pendants, such as armlets, beads, and pendants, were made from gold and silver. Brick manufacturing and masonry employed pottery workers and artisans. Harappan times produced a tremendous deal of wheel-turned pottery. Nearly 2,000 inscribed steatite or soapstone seals found in the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa are the most captivating of all the more minor material discoveries. They reveal a critical occupation of sealing and cutting seals. They were made by a specialized class of people. All traders sold consumer goods related to the various crafts, and farmers and city dwellers sold food and drinks. It was common for untrained laborers to clean streets, collect garbage, dig wells, construct masonry, and transport people by wagon. Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were much cleaner than in medieval Europe or modern India. There would also have been entertainers, musicians, drummers, and jugglers for leisured citizens. Settlements' craft and manufacturing activities depended on internal and external trade networks for their prosperity. Intermediaries imported raw materials from across the region to manufacture finished products for the consumer market and employed artisans and skilled workers. Some places, particularly ports like Lothal, served as entrepôts or warehouse depots. Copper ore was imported from several coastal sites to make sharp-edged bronze saws that could efficiently cut through tough shells and passed on to jewelers to make bracelets and bangles. A variety of ornaments and utensils were made from precious stones. Due to their brightness and polish, agate and jasper imported from Kutch and Gujarat were highly valued. Several prized beads were made from softer varieties like turquoise, lapis lazuli, and carnelian. On the River Indus and its tributaries and between coastal ports, bullocks and buffalo-drawn carts transported raw materials, such as stones and marine shells, and boats transported precious metals. Indians have been enterprising traders throughout history, pioneering commercial links with foreign countries despite their self-sufficiency. They established such links during the mature Harappan phase. Several countries were involved, including Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Mesopotamia, and Oman. Mature Harappan sites outside the subcontinent were found at Shortugai in Afghanistan, and some contend that its position as a transit point for many routes in that region encouraged Indus traders to settle there. The Indus products, such as textiles, combs, beads, dice, etc., were exchanged for tin and lapis lazuli. Turkmenistan and Iran provide the main land routes to Mesopotamia, containing artifacts from the Indus region. Oman and southern Mesopotamia were linked by a flourishing sea trade. The main products of Oman were copper, shells, dates, honey, incense, and saltfish. Various foodstuffs, boats, livestock, and utility artifacts were exported to Oman. Indus Valley seals and beads were also found in Mesopotamia, as well as hardwoods, pearls, and ivory. King Sargon of Akkad mentions boats sailing from Lothal on the Gujarat-Kathiawar coast for Meluhar, now known as the Indus Valley. The trade balance between the Indus zone and foreign countries cannot be determined without reliable trade figures. Foreign products within the Indus zone have been recovered far more frequently than Indus Valley products outside India. Archaeologists need help identifying the elites who ruled the cities of the Indus. Most likely, there was a coalition of wealthy merchants, priests, and bureaucrats. Despite the absence of palaces or rich tombs, Mohenjo-Daro's glory would have been significantly shorter if someone hadn't systematically exercised power. Mohenjo-Daro's National Museum in Karachi has a powerful sculpture of a priest-king retrieved from Mohenjo-Daro. His gravitas conveys the impression of someone with influence and authority, of which, unfortunately, he is the sole representative. Political, economic, or ecclesiastical power symbols may be discernible on soapstone seals, symbolizing the elite's power. There are 10 different animals depicted on the seals, in addition to the script: the mythical unicorn, the zebu, the elephant, the rhinoceros, the water buffalo, the short-horned humpless bull, the goat, the antelope, the crocodile, and the hare. Certain officers and clan families used animal images as symbols of their authority. It might be the power symbol of many clans, since the unicorn appears on most seals. Wealthy merchants may have also used the seals as their personal or official insignia. We cannot speculate about the existence of organized religious people in the cities of Indus. Nevertheless, India's archaeological finds and living traditions can provide insight into their religion and spirituality. Hinduism has a connection with some of these. On the higher citadel of Mohenjo-Daro, the Great Bath might have been used for ritual washing by priest groups, and ritual washing has been an immemorial ritual of Hinduism. Seals and tablets contain some intriguing symbols of religious art with close Hindu associations. In some images, a male with a horned headdress is seated in a Padmasana. Hinduism can be understood through yoga. The pipal and the banyan trees, ubiquitous in India and used as symbols of fertility, protection, and death in Hindu mythology, are also depicted in the Indus script and on ornaments. There are many other religious art symbols in Hindu tradition, such as garlands, arches, bangles, fertility goddess figurines, etc. Abstract symbols and geometric patterns are also found in religious and ritual art. Seals, pottery, copper, and ivory objects. However, the collection's grandeur and magnificence pale in comparison to the treasures of ancient Egypt. It is even more evident when we compare the achievements of the two civilizations in sculpture. Harappan heritage is indeed very unremarkable. Only 8 significant publications list authentic Harappan sculptures. Dancing Girl of Mohenjo-Daro is the most famous in her graceful and elegant pose, which is entirely nude except for her bangles and necklace and the solid figure of a robed priest-king, only 17.8 centimeters high. The two works' conceptualization, form, and technique differ, however. The first work, wonderfully carved in stone, foreshadows the unique stone art of India during the historical period. The Dancing Girl is a bronze product, made using the lost wax process, a model for later bronze and copper objects produced in the subcontinent. Harappan's influence on the future sculptural tradition in India can be seen from both these examples and the intercircling motif on the Bodhi stone of Bodh Gaya, which is a Harappan motif. Various objects were inscribed with the Harappan script, including soapstone or steatite seals, clay tablets, marble, ivory, shells, and bracelets. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa account for 85% of the 4,200 inscribed objects recovered. There are 419 signs in the script, of which 113 appear only once, 47 twice, 59 less than 5 times, and 200 occasionally. A logosyllabic script cannot be made up of this many signs. It is primarily a logosyllabic script. There are only 8 texts longer than 15 signs. Inscriptions average 5 signs in length, with the longest inscription comprising 26. The first line was right to left, but the second was left to right. Among the most striking Harappan inscriptions at Dholavira are 9 signs measuring 37 centimeters tall and 25 to 27 centimeters wide, made from crystalline pieces and engraved on wooden boards. A signboard like this would indicate a certain level of literacy among the people. History begins with the written word, which is the key to understanding society's mind. A clear link between the Harappan script and the innumerable scripts used in the subcontinent today would enable us to better understand the Harappans. The script's mysteries were studied by 3 eminent scholars: Professor Mahadevan of the Archaeological Survey of India, Professor Asko Parpola at the University of Helsinki, and Professor Walter Fairservice Jr. of Vassar College, New York. However, they were also unable to decipher it. In addition, we cannot definitively determine whether their language belonged to the Indo-Aryan or Dravidian family. The Harappan civilization was, therefore, prehistoric in this sense. Despite assertions to the contrary, the script remains undeciphered. The mystery might be solved in the same way as the decryption of the Rosetta Stone in Egypt, containing the exact same text in 3 languages, solved the puzzle of the hieroglyphs if there was a bilingual text, comparing one Harappan script to another, already understood, on a seal or an object. Most archaeologists agree that seals contain the majority of inscriptions. The seals must have had something helpful to say about administration, trade, or spirituality, since they were symbols of authority or exchange mechanisms in trade relations. We can only judge the Harappan civilization by its material remains. The Sumerian and other Mesopotamian clay tablets contained mathematical problems, but there was no equivalent in the Indus region. Mathematical insights or knowledge were present among the Harappans. We can understand this civilization by examining its ruins and artifacts. Architects and town planners can easily discern many measuring and computational skills from the standard brick technology ratio of 1 to 2 to 4. Furthermore, researchers discovered length measuring instruments and weighing scales. A fine saw cuts 9 parallel lines through a shell recovered at Mohenjo-Daro, measuring 6.62 centimeters or 2.6 inches. There are 6 lines. One is marked by a circle. and the sixth is marked by a dot. Indus inches are calculated as 1.32 inches between the circle and the dot. The Indus inch is equivalent to two Sumerian equivalent measures called shushi, so we can conclude that the Harappans and Mesopotamians exchanged computational and commercial information. Lothal and Harappa also have to measure scales with finely graduated divisions. In establishing ratios and modes of measurement, all three scales display a certain uniformity. Moreover, the Harappans had a highly standardized weight system for cubical stones. The Harappans calculated 3 stone weight ratios using a red seed called ganja, equivalent to 2 barley grains. The ratio increases from 1,600, 3,200, and 6,400 to 12,800. We find that the first series of 5 weights doubled to 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 3264, while the second and third series of 5 weights doubled in size from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8, 16, 32, 64. There was an average weight for a ganja seed. A weight of 10,865 grams or 25 pounds found at Mohenjo-Daro is nearly 100,000 times heavier than a ganja seed weighing 0.109 grams. Mathematicians have constructed frequency charts showing that the weights of such tools as plumb-line balls used by masons were fractions or multiples of a standard uncia. We found weights of 27.2 grams, 136 grams, and 1/16th uncia, 1.7 grams, suggesting a decimal calculation system. Lastly, we acknowledge that Harappan farmers relied on their practical mathematical knowledge and intuition. Just as their Egyptian and Mesopotamian counterparts did, they used irrigation channels and sluices to control the flood cycles of their massive river. And they systematically sowed and harvested spring wheat, barley, cotton, and sesame to maximize crop yields. There is little doubt that the Harappan civilization largely disappeared after 1700 BCE, as the dynamics of the Harappan system began to decline around 1900 BCE. However, it continued after a particular period of decades or centuries. The Indus cities were believed to have been destroyed by the Aryans, who entered India from Iran and Afghanistan through northwestern passes such as the Bolan and the Khyber. 2 types of evidence supported this theory. An Aryan god called Indra destroyed a hostile people living in fortified places called Pur in the Rig Veda, the premier Vedic text. Also discovered were some skeletons of men, women, and children who died in the so-called Last Massacre at Mohenjo-Daro. Sir Mortimer Wheeler was the archaeologist who vehemently advocated for this theory of an Aryan attack on the Indus cities. He knew that Indra was guilty based on circumstantial evidence, having considered and rejected other theories. Later, Wheeler admitted that other factors could have contributed to the decline of Harappa, but he stuck to his claim about the massacre. Today, there is widespread belief among literary scholars and archaeologists that Wheeler's theory is too simplistic. It was just flimsy ramparts and stockades that made up the Rig Vedic fort. The Rig Veda, the first excellent sacred text of Hinduism, does not mention anything about the well-designed streets, houses, wells, drains, granaries, or seals of the Harappan cities. If the Purs that Indra is supposed to have destroyed were the Indus cities, there is insufficient evidence of an attack on the Indus civilization, as represented by the skeletons of some people in the lower city of Mohenjo-Daro. Scholars believe that a combination of natural and socio-economic factors is responsible for the decline of the cities in Indus. Geological and climatic factors could be 2 of the natural factors. As early as the 2nd millennium BCE, earthquakes caused severe tectonic disturbances in the Indus region. As a result of these upheavals, the Indus and its tributaries were affected, as well as the nearby Ghaggar-Hakra River, which dried up as a result. As a result of dramatic changes in river courses, Satellite imagery confirms the theory that massive floods may have cut off the food-producing areas from the cities. In Mohenjo-Daro, now several feet above the river course, there are also silt layers that are evidence of those floods. Leaving the cities isolated would have been possible without the surrounding food-producing areas. The city's population prudently migrated before starvation overtook them, due to the systematic uncertainty of regular food supplies. Studies of rainfall patterns reveal a climatic factor causing the decline. By the beginning of the second millennium BCE, rainfall had dropped significantly from the mature Harappan period, about 2500 BCE. The depopulation of the cities would have been further exacerbated by this harmful effect on food production. Due to shifting rivers, declining rainfall, and insufficient food from the countryside, the Indus system is slowing down and eventually collapsing. To understand the causes of this collapse, we must think of a combination of factors. The mature Harappan phase suffered catastrophic consequences. As a result of the burning of charcoal in brick kilns, trees were severely deforested, causing unpredictable rainfall. Because the Indus cities lacked surplus produce for trade, all classes of people would have lost revenue. Civil unrest or brigandage constantly forced groups to flee the cities for their own safety. As cities became poorer, their services deteriorated dramatically. Disease and pestilence spread across Mohenjo-Daro because its drains and sewers became clogged with waste and excreta, which had been maintained in excellent and clean working order for centuries. About 1700 BCE, Mohenjo-Daro was abandoned. 7 centuries would pass before its former grandeur was revealed. Civilizations have experienced ups and downs throughout history, yet they have seldom vanished completely. As a result of the Harappan civilization, this became the case. The collapse of the Indus system was really the collapse of its urban features. There was no wholesale disappearance of its culture. While the Indus people's sophisticated lifestyle had likely ended, their folk culture persisted in the villages. Many rural features, such as simple crafts for making utensils and artifacts and several religious beliefs and rituals, survived and developed into proto-historic cultures. Migrations toward the Ganga, Yamuna, Doab, and Gujarat, which led to the Deccan, were mainly caused by the sped-up drying up of the Ghaggar-Hakra River in the later phase. Local migrations from urban settlements into rural areas also occurred apart from these two significant interregional movements. Archaeologically speaking, the resulting cultures were quite advanced in that they did not revert back to Stone Age skills based on the Chalcolithic Bronze Age. There are several lesser regional cultures, such as the ochre-coloured pottery culture in the Ganges Plain, the Jukar culture in Sindh, the cemetery H culture in Punjab, the Banas culture in Mewar in Rajasthan, and the Malwa culture in Madhya Pradesh. Historians use the quality of ornaments and tools, especially copper, and the pottery styles of these cultures to identify them. Non-urban Harappan traditions continued in some of these cultures for many centuries. Eventually, these cultures were in contact with other nomadic foreign groups, such as the Aryans, some of whom entered India from 1700 BCE onward. And a new Indo-Aryan civilization would shape India's history for thousands of years. The traces of Harappa are still evident today in Punjab, Sindh, and Baluchistan to any historically conscious traveler. There are 6,000 languages spoken today, and scholars have classified them into sign language families. The Indo-Aryan language family dominates India's northern subcontinent. In addition, this family is said to have a sister branch in the Iranian family, and both branches are believed to belong to a much larger group of families known as Indo-European. Sanskrit is the longest established language in this entire family. All other present-day Indo-Aryan languages developed from Sanskrit over many millennia. Indian culture evolved over 1,000 years following the demise of the Harappan civilization. and the term Indo-Aryan describes that evolution. Nomadic tribal groups from eastern and southern Afghanistan started migrating to the Indian subcontinent around 1700 BCE, and their movement gained momentum after the arrival of a particular group that called itself Arya, or noble, about 1400 BCE. As a result of bringing with them the earliest portion of the Rig Veda, a collection of hymns composed by their bards and seers in an early form of Sanskrit, or Old Indic, we sometimes call them Rigvedic Aryans. Historical scholars also include non-Aryan tribes from that period under the generic term Aryans. The Rigvedic Aryans became increasingly important in the new society that emerged from the mix of pre-Aryan and Aryan cultures. In India, the Indo-Aryan culture that eventually evolved, called Vedic culture, remains the core of Hindu society and religion. There are many collections of sacred hymns and chants in the Veda, but the Rig Veda is considered the most important. Throughout this chapter, we will explore different aspects of Indo-Aryan society and culture. But before doing so, we need to dig a little deeper into their origins. There are two reasons why it is essential to understand this story. Aryan was misused in the 20th century, and the other was caused by revisionist writers' denials of their non-Indian origins. Aryans were not some innately superior race, as some people believe. To carry out a sinister purpose, the Nazis misappropriated the term Aryan. Hitler's Germany regarded Jews and Gypsies as inferiors, segregating the population by race. The Aryan race of Germanic stock was believed to have extraordinary powers of mind, spirit, and beauty, based on pseudo-scientific and racialized classification systems. This racist connotation of the term Aryan derives from the writings of 19th-century European ethnologists, but it has no historical foundation. The Aryans fascinated them, very much a part of the intellectual environment of the 19th and early 20th centuries. These scholars lived when European imperialism dominated the world. Obsessed with a desire to explain the intellectual superiority of European peoples and their scientific prowess, they obviously sought answers in some particular roots and origins of the Europeans. They overstated the significance of some essential linguistic research that had actually begun in India during the late 18th century, and eventually arrived at the misconception of the racial superiority of the so-called Aryan Germanic race. The Holocaust of the Jews and Gypsies by the Nazis reminds us of the power of poisonous intellectual ideas of a misguided generation. Scholars from European and Indian backgrounds discuss the glory of the Aryans in Victorian India. India was believed to have had only a primitive culture before the Aryans around 2000 BC, and the Aryans enslaved, killed, or drove down the dark-skinned, uncivilized natives. Aryans were said to have begun Indian civilization. The discovery of the Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa ruins in the early 1920s shattered this facile theory. Various artifacts and materials were dated and confirmed to be older than 2000 BC. This indicates that Indian civilization predated the Aryans for several centuries. For instance, there was a claim that the Aryans destroyed the Harappan civilization. However, as research progressed, the Aryans became apparent as nomadic and pastoral migrants from Afghanistan, some with inflated self-esteem. They brought an early form of a spoken language that evolved into what became classical Sanskrit with them. Studying the history of languages is necessary before we can comprehend the term Aryan in Indian history. Almost all languages in northern India are based on Sanskrit, which is considered their mother tongue. A famous 18th century linguist and lawyer concluded as follows after studying it for many years. No matter how old the Sanskrit language is, it has a beautiful structure that is more perfect than Greek, more plentiful than Latin, and exquisitely refined. Although its verb roots and grammar are more similar to Greek and Latin than could have been produced by chance, this is true. These similarities are so strong that no philologist could look at them all without thinking they came from the same source. Linguists, philologists, and grammarians have studied the interconnections linking the world's languages and some of their structures for the past 2 centuries since Jones's time. Their research discovered that the Indo-European family encompasses European, Iranian, Afghani, and Northern Indian languages. Despite their enormous differences, Jones and his successors have identified striking similarities between Indo-European languages regarding grammar, syntax, and vocabulary. Based on these similarities, researchers have hypothesized that ancient Indo-European languages might have emerged from a language spoken by a group of people in the distant past. Proto-Indo-European is the name given to this language. Researchers have also studied the possibility of this postulated language having an ancestral homeland. Linguists and philologists have discovered that this homeland covered a much smaller area than the region where Indo-European language speakers live today. Consensus is that it was in the Eurasian steppes north and east of the Black Sea, and that it extended toward the Caspian Sea. There is no solid evidence of Proto-Indo-European speakers. In addition to archaeology, oral traditions also provide information about this. Climate and environmental changes prompted ethnic groups from the Eurasian steppelands to migrate to areas outside their smaller homelands during the 3rd millennium BCE. As a result of domesticating horses and developing wheeled vehicles, immigrants managed their migration better. The spread of arms over Eurasia was not the result of a torrential eruption that swept across the continent. The migrations of ancient times were always gradual, peaceful, and slow. The migrants spoke dialects and languages. They eventually occupied areas with a vastly different natural environment from their home. Since many expressions and words peculiar to their homeland would be useless in their new environment, their language also had to change. Assimilation or displacement with settled groups of people would have altered and augmented their original vocabulary. The Indo-Iranian family is the oldest Indo-European language of those early migrants. There are 2 major subgroups, Indo-Aryan and Iranian, and 2 related languages, Romani of the Gypsies, Nuristani of Afghanistan, and Pakistan's Hindu Kush region. Several undifferentiated Indo-Iran speaking groups, mostly pastoralists with their cattle, had migrated southward on foot from the Eurasian steppes about 2000 BCE and spread throughout Central Asia, Iran, and Afghanistan. It is possible that a branch of Aryans speaking an ancient form of Sanskrit reached the river Indus as early as 1700 BCE. Those pastoralists would be the first Indo-Europeans or Aryans to speak some ancient form of Sanskrit, which would fuse with indigenous languages. Language families may use Aryans as the first context for the word Aryan. Religious customs and traditions prevalent among 2 groups of Indo-Iranians in eastern Iran and Afghanistan can provide a deeper understanding of the term Aryan. In that area, 2 peoples coexisted between 1700 and 1400 BCE, the Avestan and Rig Vedic. The Indo-Iranian tradition is comprised of these 2 pillars. Before they separated, they shared common linguistic, cultural, mythological, and ritual ties. They believed they worshipped several gods simultaneously in their religious beliefs and practices. They both shared a tradition of composing hymns in praise of their gods. In both traditions, the descriptions of such nature, gods as those of wind and sun, for example, are similar in tone and feeling. Some of their earliest prayers are also very similar. The Sanskrit language is closely related to the Avesta, the sacred text of the Iranian and Indian Zoroastrians known as the Yashts. As part of the Avesta collection, Iranian prayers are included. Avesta hymns are similar to Rig Vedic hymns composed by Indian bards in language and content. In addition, both groups drank the juice of a fertility plant, called Soma in the Rig Veda and Hyoma in the Avesta, for strength vigor, and wakefulness. We now recognize these plants as ephedra species, primarily found in eastern Iran and southern Afghanistan. Fire plays a significant role in both groups' worship rituals. It is safe to conclude that the Avesta and the Rig Veda have emerged from a single source based on similarities in mythology, language, religious practice, and beliefs. The Indo-Iranian speakers are usually referred to as Aryans by historians somewhat loosely. Aryans are primarily used in an ethnic sense by Iranians, who refer to their country as the land of Aryans. The Avestan and Rig Vedic people are the only Indo-Iranian speakers who refer to themselves as Aryans. However, strictly speaking, the term Aryan refers only to the Avestan and Rig Vedic people, as they initially claimed a special nobility status among all the other related and neighboring tribes of the settled peoples. The Rig Vedic culture was the most influential of the Aryans, and the Rig Veda, their grand literary and spiritual opus, provides insights into Indian Vedic culture. In 1400 BCE, nearly 300 years after their Indo-Iranian compatriots reached the Indus, the Rig Vedic people also left Afghanistan for the Indian subcontinent. During their Iranian and Afghan sojourns, they collected sacred hymns and chants they had composed for centuries. The earliest section of the Rig Veda can be found in that collection. Their Proto-Sanskrit had to adapt to Indian languages, and the original Sanskrit they brought. As with the Rig Vedic people, the Avestans continued to follow the old Indo-Iranian religion. However, about 1000 BCE, a visionary and philosopher called Zarathustra led a religious revolution in eastern Iran and Afghanistan by dethroning the Indo-Iranian gods and establishing a new ethic and religious philosophy. It is known as the Gathas that he composed. There are many similarities between the Gathic language and the early Vedic Sanskrit, even though the contents of the Rig Veda and the Gathas are different. Despite his quarrel with the older Indo-Iranian tradition, Zarathustra kept fire as the supreme symbol for the Aryan people of Iran. The Hindus and Zoroastrians of Iran and India still use fire in their rituals today. Although there is considerable evidence from both linguistics and Indo-Iranian studies in particular that the Aryans were originally migrants to India, writers of the Hindutva political persuasion have launched an aggressive campaign of revisionism. These writers have advanced a few counter-arguments for those who view Indian civilization through a strictly Hindu religious lens. Indus Valley culture and Vedic Aryan culture are regarded as the same. The river Saraswati was central to both cultures. Based on evidence discovered along the direction of the now dried-up Saraswati, the revisionists argue that the Indus Valley culture was the Saraswati culture. If it had been otherwise, the extensive Indo-Aryan literature would have celebrated it, and oral tradition would have preserved its memory for posterity. There is no mention of or affection for the Indus or Saraswati cities in the texts. People who recited and passed down thousands of hymns and verses in the oral tradition seem very curious about this. India recognized the Indus Valley culture in the 19th century. Even at the time of the Aryans' arrival in India, the Saraswati River had dried up. Most likely, the Saraswati described in the Vedic texts is the river Haravaiti in Afghanistan. In addition, the Vedic texts omit the foreign lands west of the Indus River, from where the Aryans were supposed to have migrated. Language experts, however, believe that the Rig Veda was initially composed in Afghanistan. References to Afghan places, rivers, animals, etc., are seen in the earlier parts of the text. By the time it was completed, circa 900 BCE, the Rig Vedic Aryans had been in India for 500 years, while the non-Rig Vedic Indic speakers had been there for 800. They would not have needed to remember the dark past of their earliest origins, since they had assimilated into Indian society for a long time. The third contention is that the Vedic texts contain exclusively Indian content. Indeed, many of the oldest written documents referring to Aryan names originate not from Iran or India, but from Mesopotamia. 3 names are recorded in the documents of the Kassite rulers of Babylon circa 1750 BCE, 1170 BCE. Surya, the sun god, Maruta, the god of war, and Abhiratas, or Abhiratha, facing the war chariots. Aryan princes and noblemen are listed in the cuneiform documents from the Mitanni kingdom circa 1500 BCE to 1300 BCE in the Akkadian language. These include Sutarana, Sauksatra, Purusa, Subantu, and Indrota. At Bogaskoy, east of Turkey, cuneiform tablets provide conclusive evidence. In about 1350 BCE, the Mitanni and the Hittites signed a treaty between the losers and the winners. Mitanni gods include Indra, Nasatya, Varuna, and Mitra, who are distinctly Rig Vedic. These gods oversee treaties between warring nations in the Rig Veda. There have been no records about the Aryan gods in India before these Mesopotamian records, apart from some seal images from the Indus Valley culture. Rig Vedic concepts likely originated in a central area, from which they traveled to the west and east. The 4th contention has already received mention. According to this argument, the Aryan invasion migration theory is a 19th century invention of European scholars. By pointing out how a glorious civilization once arrived in India from Europe, they indirectly attempted to justify British rule there. A uniform attitude among imperial historians of that era underlies this argument. Many others wished to study the past based on hard evidence, but many others held to that attitude. Professor Max Muller, a brilliant scholar, has been reviled over this issue. But he too has changed his position several times, showing that he is open to new evidence and interpretations. Since 2000 BCE, the Aryans have settled in 2 central regions in Afghanistan. Modern Peshawar was one of these areas to the east of modern Kabul. About 1700 BCE, migration to the Swat Valley might have begun in the Kabul-Peshawar enclave. In addition to Kandahar, the Bolan Pass provided connections to Quetta. Rig Vedic Aryans moved from there about 1400 BCE, crossing rivers and proceeding towards Swat, or Punjab. With the name Sapta Sindhava, the land of the 7 rivers, the Rig Veda refers to the entire region, including eastern Afghanistan, the Swat Valley, Punjab, and the Indo-Gangetic watershed. The Rig Veda does not dwell extensively on the pre-Indian past of the Aryans, but there are hymns in which the newcomers describe Iranian, Afghan, and Central Asian localities, tribes, and animals in vague terms. Aryans may have entered the subcontinent in the Swat Valley of northern Pakistan, one of the many sites and regions northwest of the subcontinent. Since the valley's extensive settlement layers date back to 3000 BCE, it has been possible to examine continuities and interruptions in its local culture. According to the surveys, burial rites changed in the people's culture from 1700 BCE onward. Among the cemeteries, archaeologists have discovered both pit burials and urn burials. The early Vedic literature shows that the early Indo-Aryans practiced both inhumation and cremation burials, which was not common among the contemporary cultures in the same region. The ceramic style is another indication of change. This period was characterized by a new type of grey ware made by hand and decorated with incisions. Archaeologists refer to the new culture of the valley as the Gandhara grave culture, based on the change in burial rites and ceramics. In addition, the Rig Vedic hymns depict natural features and scenes that match the valley's geographical reality, supporting the claim that Swat Valley was the original Aryan reception area on the subcontinent. It is recorded in the Rig Veda that the Aryans were confronted by indigenous people called Dasas, days or plains, and by many pejorative names such as blacks, demons, or cattle thieves. Aryans vanquish these people with the help of Indra, the war god. The Harappans were not to blame for this defeat. Tribes and clans were other aspects of the Aryan organization. 5 clans make up the fivefold race: Yadu, Turvasa, Anu, Druhyu, and Puru. Puru occupied a central position on one of the 7 rivers of the Sapta Sidhava through intertribal fighting and alliance building. The Bharata clan subdued them and eventually dominated Punjab as one of their branch clans. Sunday, the king of the Bharata, defeated the 10 Aryan tribes in the famous Battle of 10 Kings. This battle has been dated various times throughout history, but most historians agree it took place about 900 BCE. Rig Veda also provides information about the transition from semi-nomadic life to settled agriculture that the Aryans in Punjab underwent. They found themselves in a land of plentiful rivers and many streams after centuries of nomadic life in not very fertile terrain. Irrigating and harnessing rivers were skills they had to learn. Rivalries and interclan fighting would arise over land and resources during this process. The skills of the indigenous people would be of immense value to them. From 900 BCE onward, Madhya Desha, also known as the Middle Country, emerged as the focal point of the Aryan world. This land extended to the Ganga plains east of the Saraswati. The Mahabharata, a post-Vedic epic, describes the events of this land. The Kuru and Panchala lineages emerged due to new clan formations and amalgamations. Kurukshetra was the center of Kuru power, while Panchala power was further east. Saraswati and Drusadvati's steadily drying up forced the Kuru to move their base from Kurukshetra to Hastinapura and build Indraprastha, the future Delhi. With the Panchala, there was tension and war. According to post-Rigvedic texts and epics, 2 wars were going on: Aryan versus Aryan, and Aryan versus non-Aryan. The Kuru and Panchala came together at crucial times, despite constant warfare, and their control over Madhya Desha later inspired many rulers of India to take over this region. As a result, talking only about the Aryan advance becomes a bit simplistic. The pre-Aryans were equally involved in building a new society as the Aryans, so it was more of an Indo-Aryan advance. There are no longer small groups of Afghan migrants entering India through the passes. With the Indo-Aryans becoming colonizers, we have a new situation. Further expansion of the Aryan Empire eastward and southward continued inexorably after 900 BC. Modern Bengal and Bihar were colonized. We also learn about the expansion of modern Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Orissa from the later epic Ramayana. The Kuru Panchala may have forced a particular clan, Yadu, to migrate southwards from Mathura. Another Aryan group from Kosala penetrated the Deccan by establishing a kingdom along the river Godavari. With their herds, the Indo-Aryans carried tools and accoutrements. The Indo-Aryan warriors rode chariots and carts pulled by horses and oxen and laden with bronze and iron weapons. With the development of iron technology, cutting down and burning forests became easier. Iron weapons must have demoralized non-Aryans who rebelled or were uncooperative. Between 900 and 600 BC, Aryan settlements flourished throughout the Gangetic Basin. Having cleared the forest, small farmsteads and artisans living in huts and simple houses replaced the itinerant warriors and travelers with wagons. As much as we know about the Indo-Aryans from Vedic literature, we describe their world as Vedic. There has been a significant amount of English translation of this extensive literature. The Vedas, the Brahmana commentaries, the Aranyakas, the Upanishads, and the Vedanga and Upaveda texts comprise the contemporary literature in the chronological period of this chapter. The Mahabharata and Ramayana, which include great epics, also help to shed light on this period after 600 BC. While religious and spiritual themes predominate in this literature, it also discusses various other subjects. Systematic historiography is required to trace a chronological sequence from this literature. The scholarly interpretations of those proficient in Vedic Sanskrit can also explain some of the most abstract and abstruse ideas. In addition to archaeology, we can use it to gain a deeper understanding of the past. Although it has played a crucial role in uncovering the Indo-Aryan world, its role in studying the Indus Valley culture has been limited. The rubble of the Vedic age has yielded nothing as exciting as the Great Bath or the grid-planned streets of Mohenjo-Daro. Textual evidence can be corroborated or confounded by archaeology. Observing the living traditions of the people in modern India is another way to study the Indo-Aryan world. Although some traditions date back to Vedic times, others are diverse and heterogeneous. We present 6 aspects of Vedic life in this section. For a long time, their chief occupation in India was cattle rearing, as the Aryan migrants were essentially pastoralists. It was considered a religious duty to protect their most valuable cattle. The Iranians held the belief that cattle raiders and thieves were malevolent individuals deserving of destruction. As a Sanskrit term, Gavishthi means hunting for cows stolen by raiders or fighting them. Cattle may have been collectively owned in the early Vedic period. In caste terminology, people whose cows were herded in the same cowshed belonged to the same gotra, which means descent from the same ancestor. The Rig Veda references pastoralism more than agriculture, indicating the pastoral economy's relative importance. The text discusses details such as the marking of cattle's ears for ownership, the accessibility of pasture land, and the daily tasks of herders. Various archaeological sites have also been found with large quantities of charred bones of cattle and other animals, a testament to the importance of the pastoral economy in early Aryan life. Early Aryans, who originated in Iran and Afghanistan, understood seasons and their role in agriculture, but they had to learn farming and crop husbandry from indigenous populations. Since 7000 BCE, the Baluchistan and the Indus people had perfected these skills, and the plough was pre-Harappan. Aryans first realized the benefits of farming crops in Punjab's lush terrain. Despite this, agriculture overtook pastoralism as the main daily activity of most people once the dense forests of the Ganga plain were burned and felled systematically, and rice replaced wheat as the main crop. There is a lot of information about farming in the Rig Veda. Ploughs and teams drawn by several oxen are mentioned, as are grain cutting, bundling, and threshing. Irrigation canals, wells, milk, butter, rice cakes, cereals, lentils, and vegetables. Several Vedic hymns invoke gods for abundant crops, rains, and livestock welfare. The Vedic hymns describe fields and land measurement using several terms, but they do not mention any land transactions. As a result, the land was likely owned jointly. People practiced a variety of crafts and trades in villages and larger settlements. Carpenters, weavers, metal workers, tanners, potters, goldsmiths, bow makers, chariot makers, etc. During the Vedic period, from 1000 to 600 BCE, many building projects and a lively trade created an activity hub throughout the countryside. In North India, where the Aryans first settled or later moved, extensive archaeological excavations have occurred over the last 6 decades. Among the archaeological excavations conducted by B.B. Lal in 1954-55, the most impressive were those conducted at Hastinapura. There have, however, been extensive excavations and careful inspections of many other famous sites, including Ahichatra and Indraprastha, the city of Delhi's Purana Chila Mound, Mathura, and Kausambi. Despite their best efforts, archaeologists have been unable to find material evidence confirming poetic descriptions of cities such as Ayodhya in the Ramayana. Their most valuable insights concern pottery varieties and transitioning from the Chalcolithic to the Iron Age within particular cultures. It is possible to gain insight into ancient life through pottery. Likewise, it was a status symbol in India. Among the significant sites Ochre-coloured pottery, OCP, was the crudest form of post-Harappan pottery. Poor firing techniques caused the finger to become yellow-brown when rubbed. OCPs were most common in all ground levels, containing materials from pre-900 BC. This pottery could, therefore, have belonged to the Rig-Vedic Aryans. In 900 BCE, the Aryans introduced a new style of pottery to the Ganga basin, branching out from their Sapta Sindhava region. PGW stands for painted grey ware, a well-fired grey pottery with linear patterns and black dots. In that era, the PGW was the best pottery product available to rich people, and it had a clever mix of painted designs involving various shapes. It would, however, be a mistake to believe that the PGW was mainly created by Aryans. Pre-Aryan indigenous people, who occupied the lowest rung of the Indo-Aryan social ladder, would have produced the majority of it. According to estimates, PGW comprised 10 and 15% of the total pottery. Material unearthed from PGW sites between 900 and 600 BC includes animal skeletons, cereal grains, burnt bricks, glass fragments, semi-precious stones, gambling dice, and iron. BRW was inferior to OCP, but superior to PGW, which is a vast pottery mass. The most excellent pottery variety emerged after our time, about 600 BCE, called Northern Black Polished Ware, NBPW. Indo-Aryan archaeology is also concerned with iron, besides pottery. During the last 4 centuries of our period, from 1000 BCE to 600 BCE, several communities in India used iron extensively because it was cheaper and more accessible than copper. Among India's earliest Iron Age sites were those in 3 major regions: the Ganga Plains, Malwa and Tapti valleys, and South India's megalithic sites. Many sites in the Ganga Plains have links to PGW potteries and the expansion of the Aryan civilization. The evidence has led to some significant conclusions. As a first point, the Iron Age failed as uniformly throughout India as the Chalcolithic Age at a particular point in time. The transition between the 2 ages was extremely uneven throughout the country. Second, the Aryans did not develop iron technology. It emerged gradually long after the Aryans evolved into Indo-Aryans. Searching for a site where the technology was first developed may be more helpful. This technological advancement should be considered developing at different rates and locations. The clearing of forests in the Ganga basin likely occurred later in this period, after 1000 BC, because the first iron tools were not axes and plowshares, but weapons. Vedic families, the Kulas, were strongly patriarchal. 3 generational families were typical. Household heads were usually fathers or grandfathers. Both economic and religious reasons led the sons to live with their parents. The sons helped their fathers with the daily chores of farming or trade, thus increasing the family's prosperity. They also played an essential role in performing various ceremonies. The eldest son was the chief torchbearer for the funeral pyre, when cremation replaced burial in later Vedic times. Many Indian homes still have a tradition of pampering and spoiling younger sons. With girls, it was a different story. Freedom of action and movement was limited in patriarchal homes. Despite enjoying greater freedom in the early Rigvedic period, their position deteriorated as caste rectitude and other proprieties became more critical in the later Vedic period. Their conduct was monitored subtly outside their households, but they were honored and feted as queens in their own homes. They could be in trouble if they display any overt signs of deviance. A sensitive traveller can still observe this ancient phenomenon in modern India if he keeps his eyes open. Until the early 19th century, a widow becoming a sati by self-immolating after her husband died was one of the most barbaric customs in Hindu India. However, patriarchy did have some positive aspects. Homesteads and households provided comfort and warmth for the whole family. Rituals and ceremonies were performed at home and in public. Giving and receiving gifts, dana, kept the family bonds tight. Milk, clarified butter, vegetables, fruit, wheat, rice, and meat on auspicious occasions were the staples of the average household diet. As a result of the small population of the entire country, probably around 20 million at the end of the Vedic age, living in congested spaces was less stressful, but diseases would have been rampant. The texts enrich our understanding of Vedic life. Wealthy women wore jewelry and dressed ostentatiously, while the poor, humble, and working people went about their daily lives unobtrusively. The Rig Veda rightfully condemns gambling as an activity that leads to ruin, along with chariot racing, horse racing, dancing, and music. Even with the rigors of patriarchy, the Vedic family lived in a society that seemed at ease with itself, social differentiation and political power. While attempts have been made to construct lists of kings and dynastic lines, primarily using the Vedic texts in conjunction with accounts from the Puranas, the semi-religious texts of the mid-first millennium AD, and the great epics of the Mahabharata and Ramayana, we should be more circumspect about this method. Although the Puranas contain some credible history, they also contain non-historical or unhistorical material. The epics are outstanding works of imagination. Dynasties and monarchies can be more precisely dated after the 5th century because Buddhist sources corroborate the Vedic period. Vedic times were characterized by states and monarchs. We need to expand our understanding of them. Vedic texts contain much more than facts, and idealizations of power are one example of the ideas that are present alongside facts. Families, kula, were the basic unit of power. Villages, grama, had heads of villages, grauman. Clans, vs, were groups of villages. And many clans formed communities, janas. A fundamental state structure did not exist in the early Vedic period. Kings were replaced by clan chieftains. Raiders raided and extracted war booty, which was essential to distributing wealth. In addition, taxes needed to be regularized. Later in the Vedic period, communities formed regions or states, janapadas. Kings developed gradually from clan chieftains, but assemblies initially controlled the kings, rajas, vidatha, parishad, sabha, samiti. As the Vedic period ended, the king's authority was less dependent on such assemblies than on the success of his warrior nobles in the power struggle. The hierarchy within the caste system maintained the alliance between priest and king, an essential feature of Indian polity. Chief priests, purohits, commanders-in-chief, scenarios, treasurers, samagrahitris, tax collectors, bagadugas, and household keepers, kshatas, held the most crucial palace positions during the late Vedic period. As the rajas consolidated their power, the role of the courtiers and officers became increasingly important. The following section discusses how elaborate sacrifices, yajnas, legitimized the king's power. India forms its legendary caste system as social differentiation transforms into social stratification. The Harappans are known to have practiced threefold divisions of society. Kshatriyas and Brahmins both consolidated their power during the Vedic period. They decided to divide the producers into two groups. The government degraded enslaved people, laborers and artisans, into the fourth group, the Shudra, and transformed free peasants and traders into the Vaishyas. As a result of religiously instilled color bars known as Varnashrama Dharma, the groups within a relatively small population became rigidly compartmentalized. The division between the Aryans and the pre-Aryans had little to do with this. In contrast to the pre-Aryans, the Aryans were not the dominant caste in the two higher castes. Pre-Aryans were the foremost artisans and workers with skills, which is why many would have been at the bottom. However, these same menial and manual labor skills were derided by the learned and powerful, whether they were Aryans or pre-Aryans, on the grounds of ritual impurity. The lower castes significantly contaminated the upper castes. Besides elaborate rationalizations for the fourfold caste system based on color or varna, the Vedic texts also describe each group's specific privileges and disadvantages. Based on the Vedas, the caste system is justified by many modern Hindus. As explained in the Vedic texts, the inviolate caste system is a particular ideological construct, since it was revised by learned Brahmins who were closely aligned with the Kshatriyas. It is possible to understand the caste system in other ways besides through Vedic strictures. For example, by studying changes in kinship patterns or how economic resources were allocated. Social reasons for defending the caste system are more acceptable than scripture-based explanations. A person without friends or relatives who settles in a large city may find psychological comfort in their caste. Religions brought by the Aryans were essentially Indo-European in their awe and wonder at the forces of nature and their worship of nature's powerful gods. A sacrifice, yajna, within the household, was the most common way for the simple and untutored people of the early Vedic period to keep the gods happy and mollified, such as Indra, the warrior god, Agni, fire, and Varuna, superior judge. Various foods such as milk, butter, barley, and meat were sacrificed before a fire lit on the sacrificial altar by a Brahmin priest. Different altars were made available for particular sacrificial rituals based on the skill of making fire altars with bricks in a particular mystic geometric formation learned from the pre-Aryans. Household rituals took place on altars shaped either square or circular. Sacrificial objects such as the altar or soma, the fertility plant, were usually dedicated by the priest, with Rig Vedic hymns. During the festivities, hymns were sung, food was placed in the fire, gifts were given to the priest and exchanged among the household members, and some of the consecrated food was consumed. Hindus and Zoroastrians of Iran and India still observe some aspects of this simple sacrifice ceremony today, but it became much more spectacular during the later Vedic period. The king transformed offerings to the gods into celebrations of his power. As a confirmation of their legitimacy, the kings used the sacrifice. Praying and chanting before massive fire altars were done by loyal Brahmin priests called Purohits, the chief priests. The priests held the fire on elaborate altars designed as rectangles, triangles, and trapezoids. They built this altar as a falcon, believing it would carry the supplicant's soul straight to heaven. Vast animals, particularly cattle, were slaughtered. Large donations of gifts were made to the Brahmins by the grateful kings. The people were fed well, and the rich among them gave expensive gifts to the kings. Some kings of the post-Vedic age engaged in even more ostentatious sacrifices, and the sacrifice's original purpose and modest scale were both subverted for the glory of men rather than gods. The Indo-Aryans' most outstanding achievement lies in their literature. Sanskrit was the language of composition and transmission of Vedic texts for hundreds of years before they were written down. Some of the earliest portions of the Rig Veda, the oldest Vedas, were composed as early as 1700 BCE, but were written only after 500 BCE. Bards and poets chanted sacred hymns and ritual prayers and passed them down orally for 40 generations. Traditions of oral transmission continue even today. As the languages and ideas to be conveyed by the languages developed during the transition from oral to written, linguists have also noted specific differences between earlier Vedic Sanskrit and later classical Sanskrit. Indo-Aryan literature of this period is centered on the Vedas. Veda means knowledge in Hindu culture, the highest form of knowledge. The Vedas consist of 4 essential parts: Rig Veda, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda. The 4 Vedas write hymns, prayers, spells, and exorcisms in metrical form, sometimes combining them with proverbial passages. Before deciphering the Harappan script, the Rig Veda is the oldest significant Indian text extant. In addition, It is the first Indo-European primary composition. 10 books or mandalas contain 1,028 hymns and 10,600 verses. Sages and poets from different priestly families composed the books over at least 500 years, 1400 BC to 900 BC. Hymns were sung during sacrificial ceremonies in honor of the Aryan gods Agni, Indra, Varuna, and Surya. It is in the other 3 Vedas that the Indo-Aryan religion experiences its first changes. We have arranged Samaveda hymns for Rigveda music. The importance of music and chants in Hindu worship cannot be overstated. Known as the black and white Yajur, the Yajur Veda has 2 versions. We have already mentioned that Vedic priests performed sacrificial ceremonies to honor the king. The Salva Sutra, the texts attached to the Yajur Veda, also mention the geometry used in constructing the fire altars. Contrary to sacred texts, all Vedas are a vast and complex manual on sacrifices. Sacrifice preceded the Vedas, not the other way around. The Atharva Veda contains references to plants, herbs, and diseases. The Samhitas of the Vedas interpret the rituals associated with the Brahmanas. Their purpose is to provide explanations of the Samhitas and a manual for worship. The role of the priest in the tremendous sacrifices is one of the Indo-European features of Hinduism. Among the best Brahmanas are the Aitareya Brahmana, who follows the Rig Veda, the Jaiminiya Brahmana, who follows the Samaveda, and the Taittiriya and Satapatha Brahmanas, who follow the Yajur Veda. Information about astronomy and geometry can be found in Taittiriya and Satapatha Brahmana. Priests and interpreters relied on both subjects in their work. Astronomical calculations help determine the auspicious occasions for the great sacrifices by forecasting seasons and constructing calendars. As a design tool for fire altars, geometry served a religious purpose. Understanding Sanskrit aphorisms is the only way to explain technical results in these subjects. Vedas and Brahmanas are considered knowledge derived from Shruti, which means inspired revelation, as opposed to later classical and traditional knowledge, which they term Smriti, or manufactured transmission. Aranyakas, or forest books, conclude the Brahmanas. They deal with mysticism, not ritual. There are a variety of texts known as Upanishads that make up the final stage of Vedanta. The Upanishads address several profound cosmological and personal questions. They foreshadowed the dissenting tradition that emerged after 600 BCE, in that they both represent the thoughts of intellectually and spiritually advanced thinkers less concerned with Vedic sacrifice rituals. Most of the time, the Aranyakas incorporate or include them in some form. Study the Upanishads to understand what learning meant in ancient India. There are over 100 Upanishads. In each one, the student sits at the master's feet and receives instruction from him. Through meditation and yoga, ordinary mortals can achieve union with the divine by studying the main concepts of Hinduism, such as the universal soul, or Brahman, and the universal self, or Atman. Using various pedagogical tools, such as Socratic dialogue or riddles and paradoxes, and stimulating the student's imagination and thinking, the teacher's teaching style was not didactic but discursive and intellectual. The teacher highly valued memorization skills and encouraged students to memorize the main verses by rote. An essential but unacknowledged contribution of ancient India to the theory of learning is the intense interaction and relationship between guru and student. Religion was not just an abstract concept. In addition, they studied the sutras, or traditional learning, relating to rituals and customary laws. There were also specific texts called Vedangas that focused on skills like phonetics and pronunciation, siksha, meters, chandas, grammar, vyakrana, etymology, mirukti, religious practices, kalpa, and astronomy and astrology, jyotisha. These texts also include information on secular topics including medicine, Ayurveda, war, Dhanur Veda, architecture, Sthapatya Veda, and music and arts, Gandharva Veda. Indian intellectuals, professionals, and practitioners showed a wide range of interest in these works. Pre-Mauryan Empire. During the 3 centuries following 600 BC, 2 sets of developments changed the face of most of North India. The Vedic state system was first characterized by princely kingdoms and clan states. A hierarchy of states emerged through warfare, duplicity, and alliances, eventually becoming the heartland of a massive pan-Indian empire, the Mauryan. There were 2 foreign intrusions and influences early in the development of the Indian state system. Those of the Achaemenid rulers of Persia and the Macedonians, Greeks. As a result of the rulers' systemic power and the benefits of iron technology, huge surpluses of agricultural products were available to support non-agricultural populations in the new urban centres. There was much dynamism in North India's socio-economic life during this new phase of urbanism. However, the urban population was less receptive to the Brahmanic hegemony and was influenced by various dissenting traditions, particularly Jainism and Buddhism. With all the turmoil of change, Indian intellectual life remained as lively as ever, with new literature adding to Vedic teachers' vast body of knowledge. In 600 BCE, India's learned people understood its geography in terms of 5 prominent regions: Madhya Desha, the middle country; Praticya, the western lands; Prachya, the east; Uttarapatha, the northern route; and Dakshinapatha, the southern route. Around the Kurukshetra plain was the Madhya Desha, which gradually encompassed the Ganga-Yamuna Doab and the lands west of Prayag. Aryavata is the name given to the entire region that extends southwards to the Vindhya and Aravalli ranges. Praticya's western lands encompassed all the territories from eastern Afghanistan to the Aravalli Hills. Back then, there were 2 routes, one through Bolan Pass and one along the coast. There was much warfare between the Persians and Indians because they considered the plain of the river Indus as their eastern frontier. Prayag and the Ganga Delta made up the eastern region of Pragya. The east, where the Magadhan state ascended, would determine India's destiny for the next 1,000 years. Beyond the Pamirs and the Himalayas, Uttarapatha led north and northwest to Central Asia. Hardy and self-sufficient ethnic and tribal groups lived, and still live, here in this rugged mountainous terrain, looking towards Afghanistan, Central Asia, and Madhya Desha. By the 8th century, the Janapadas, or territories of the Janas, had become more clearly defined. An Ashtadhyayi of Panini describes 69 polities of different sizes, indicating that there must have been many Janapadas. A series of amalgamations created 16 Mahajanapadas, or the most significant states. Until 600 BC, human settlement patterns in the northern part of South Asia were unclear because of their geographic spread. During the Harappan era, settlements were concentrated in the Indus Basin. During the early Vedic period, it was Punjab. Then it moved eastwards, and by the end of the Vedic age, the entire Gangetic Basin contained 11 of the 16 Mahajanapadas. Only 3 were found in central and peninsular India, and 2 were in the northwest. Both Janapadas and Mahajanapadas have distinct political structures, a smaller one dominated by clan states, and a larger one dominated by kingdoms. These clan states were primarily located in the Himalayan foothills, northwest India, Punjab, Sindh, and central and western India, on the periphery of the heartland kingdoms. As hardy and independent-minded hill people, the clan states continued the ancient clan tradition of working together with others they regarded as part of a more prominent family. History has described the clan states as democracies, republics, or oligarchies, each with a definable element of truth. In the clan states, democracy was practiced, when massive assemblies were expressed with heterodox ideas. But the lowest orders were due to the absence of monarchy and its attendant rituals and sacrifices. The states were republican. Even so, some clan states produced influential personalities called rajas, or kings, who dominated assemblies and discussions. A powerful oligarchy emerged that dominated the clan states' governance. Despite the dissolution of the monarchy and the establishment of republics, a class-divided patriarchal society, bureaucracy, taxation system and an army for the coercion of people remained. Karnataka, Andhra and Kalinga were the first three south-lying regions heavily influenced by the colonizers from Madhya Desha during the northern expansion. Dakshinapatha's boundaries were less certain than those of these other four regions during this period. In the beginning, the south extended beyond the gates of the Middle Country, but as the Middle Country itself expanded southward and toward the Vindhya Range, the southern limits changed. Two aspects were common to all clan states, regardless of how we define them. The first was their corporate style of government. In an assembly or sangha, the heads of clan families met, generally in the chief town, and someone recognized as the most senior conducted the proceedings. The leader's hereditary role led to a vote when unanimity was lacking. Furthermore, the clan states were characterized by a solid anti-Brahmanic tendency among their citizens. In clan states, the alliance between Brahmins and Kshatriyas, the basis of kingdom authority, was seen as against Vedic law based on Varna Ashrama. The Vedic tradition branded them degenerate due to their lack of awe or respect for their Brahman counterparts. Despite their coincidental origins, clan states were the birthplace of most dissenting traditions. Kingdoms ruled by monarchs were in contrast to clan states. With the end of British rule in 1947 and the adoption of a republican constitution in 1950, the monarchy in India became obsolete 2 millennia later. Nearly 600 Indian princes lost their authority when the King of England ceased to be the Emperor of India. In this way, the fundamental principles and styles of government that had operated in Indian politics for at least 2,700 years were destroyed. In the later Vedic age, rajas belonging to elite lineages within the Kshatriya caste, called Rajanyas, came to dominate the military nobility nexus within the Indian context around the 8th century BC. Power is the meaning of the word Kshatra. As a result of stories of moral heroism in the Mahabharata and Ramayana, the Rajas gained the legitimacy of a sacred right to rule. The epics have such profound resonance within the Hindu psyche that it is unsurprising that many Indians still regard the origin of kingship as divine. Additionally, Indian monarchs had a long tradition of doing what was right and just. The religious traditions of all monarchs contributed to this sense of an unwritten code of conduct. As is evident regarding his right to levy taxes, a king's power has to be matched by his obligations to his subjects, as he is expected to be strong, wise, decisive, and kind. Taking his 6th share as a tribute and failing to protect his subjects is a sin for a king. The Indian monarchs, however, turned out to be no less violent and cruel or vain and stupid than their many counterparts throughout the world in different eras. The post-Vedic kings continued the Vedic tradition of sacrifice to bolster their authority. The royal sacrifice, called the Rajasuya, was one of the main ceremonies. To protect his patrimony and win the loyalty of his closest men, the king would honor his patrons and courtiers with the title of Rain, the jewels, at this annual ceremony. Ancient India had many royal rituals, including giving dana, gifts, to the chief priest, the Purohit. Horse sacrifices, known as Ashvamedha, were perhaps the most important rite, including cattle raids, dice games, and chariot races. For aspiring rajas, land acquisition served as a marker of status in a semi-settled society that was not yet entirely agricultural, and where territorial boundaries were fluid. Rajas initially tested the limits of their rivals' territories. by letting a white stallion wander at will for a year, supervised by soldiers who, when the horse was challenged, would either fight if they sensed a weaker enemy or withdraw prudently if a stronger one arose. The Raja would claim all the territory the horse roamed upon its return. A vast crowd would attend an essential sacrificial rite to consecrate the horse. The Raja's sacred horse and chief wife performed a symbolic mating ceremony. After that, the Brahmin priests sacrificed the horse. This ceremony symbolically showed the mystical authority of royal power by combining sex and magic. Among all the kingdoms, Magadha was to be the greatest. The location of Magadha reveals an exciting aspect of Indian geography. Though the entire Gangetic Basin is considered the region where the North Indian civilization has developed and flourished since 600 BCE, the political core of that civilization for the first 1,000 years, until about the 6th century AD, was southeast of the basin. Bihar's Patna and Gaya districts cover this area today. Magadha became an empire and a powerful state because of this Mahajanapada. Despite its rich iron ore reserves, Bihar is still a deplorable state. Compared with all its competitors, Magadha had a few key advantages. Magadhan technology and agriculture were based on iron, a critical resource. As well as controlling the major trade route of the Gangetic Basin, Magadha brought substantial revenues to the state. At first, Magadha's supremacy was challenged by kingdoms such as Kosala and Kashi, and the clan state of Vriji. But her kings proved adept at strategy and tactics. Magadha's fortress cities, first Rajagriha and later Pataliputra, were impenetrable to outside attacks. 3 major dynasties guided Magadha between the middle of the 6th century and the declaration of the Maurya Empire from Pataliputra, the capital. Ajatasattu, 492 to 462 BCE, and Bimbisara, 544 to 493 BCE, were members of the Haryana dynasty. When they defeated the Mahajanapadas of Anga, Kosala and Kashi, they initiated a long war with the Vriji Confederacy. They were both gifted and energetic men. As the first powerful Indian monarch about whom we have some certainty of knowledge, Bimbisara streamlined his administration by establishing 4 levels of the officer class, called Mahamatras. As a result, tax revenue collection became easier. He allowed autonomy through a system of sub-kings or Mandalika Rajas, while keeping centrifugal tendencies in check. Ajatasattu, who proved to be an exceptionally energetic ruler, murdered him. Magadha significantly enhanced his military capabilities by strengthening the fortifications at Rajagriha, the then capital, and building a new stronghold at Pataligrama, later called Pataliputra. With horse sacrifices, he celebrated all his victories over his enemies. Ajatasattu's successors killed their parents to gain control of the throne, just as he had done. The Shishunaga dynasty finally overthrew the Haryankas in 413 BC. Between 413 and 364 BC, they ruled central India and annexed Avanti, the capital of Avanti. Between 364 and 321 BCE, the Nandas were the last of the 3 dynasties before the Mauryas. As the dynasty began, Mahapadma, a brilliant usurper who hated the Kshatriyas intensely, was a brilliant usurper of the Kshatriyas. His reign marks the beginning of non-Kshatriya involvement in power control in North India. A succession of 8 sons followed Mahapadmananda, each ruling briefly. Despite ruling for only 43 years, the 9 Nandas are still remembered as India's most potent monarchs before the Mauryans. Persian intrusions were the first foreign intrusions that challenged Indian state formation. Cyrus II, 550 to 529 BCE, established the Achaemenid dynasty in the 6th century BCE, making them a power to be reckoned with. Although it is unclear how much of the northwest of India he controlled, Several ancient Greek sources confirm that he controlled western Punjab, one of the 16 Mahajanapadas. During the reign of Darius I, 521 to 486 BCE, the third Achaemenid ruler, we have more substantial evidence about Persian stakes in northwest India. Darius's political testament and autobiography are engraved on a cliff 100 meters off the ground along the road between Hamadan and Baghdad in Iraq. Among the 23 lands of the Persian Empire are Gandhara, Arachosia, southern Afghanistan, and Makkah, the Makran coast of Baluchistan. Two other inscriptions mention Hain Dush, the Indus Basin, as Persian-controlled, one in Old Persian block tablets sunk into the wall of Persepolis, 518 to 515 BCE, and one chiseled around the entrance to Darius's tomb at Nakshi Rustam, around 515 BCE. Darius had not fully conquered the Indus area when he carved the Behistun rock inscription. Darius's fame is mainly due to how efficiently he ruled the empire and added more territories. The empire was divided into 20 satrapies, or provinces, and decentralization within each territory was judiciously balanced. Using highways, he could integrate his Indian possessions into his empire. His empire was legendary. Resources and tribute flowed into Persia from all directions. India, Hain Dush, or Indus Basin, was Herodotus's 20th satrapy. Yet it contributed a third of the Asian province's revenues, mainly gold, e.g. nearly 80%. In the east, the Persian Empire was bounded by Gandhara, Sindh, the Indus Basin, Baluchistan, and Afghanistan. Neither the Gangetic Basin nor Rajasthan was invaded by the Persians. From the 4th century BC, Macedon dominated all Greek city-states. Catapult siege trains and armoured cavalry were developed under Philip II. In 336 BCE, his son Alexander became king, inheriting this formidable inheritance. In 333 BCE, Alexander defeated the Persians at the Battle of Issus, and thus destroyed their hold on Greek cities in Asia Minor. As a result of Darius III's murder in Bactria, 2 years later, Persian power was decisively broken at Gaugamela. The Persian territories Alexander invaded after burning Persepolis, 330 BCE, were Drangiana, Arachosia, Bactria, and Sogdiana. It created enormous panic and fear among those who awaited his arrival when news of his victories and cruelty preceded him. In the spring of 327 BCE, they nearly reached the western banks of the river Indus. Alexander's first encounter on South Asian soil was with the Assakanwa, who lived on the present borders of the northwest frontier province and Kashmir in Pakistan. The frontier people resisted him, as they have throughout history, but in vain. They were unable to handle Alexander's strength. The Gandhara satrapy was next, and its capital, Pushkalavati, was taken. As a result of Indian collaboration, an overwhelming force here was not necessary. The new king of Taxila, Ambi, whose forces dominated the lands between the Indus and Jhelum rivers, offered the most significant collaboration. To a certain extent, Ambi's collaboration made sense in Taxila, where Vedic culture had flourished for centuries. The Alexandrine world confirmed his kingdom as a reward. After conquering the lands between the Jhelum and Chenab rivers, Alexander met Porus, the Paurava king. People have portrayed Alexander as an opponent of heroic grandeur and a worthy opponent of Porus. The Porus of history couldn't match Alexander in terms of power and might. Despite his bravery, Alexander decisively defeated and slaughtered his army. Despite refusing to cringe and being obsequious to Alexander, he had become a subaltern. To protect his more significant stake in the Indus Basin, he was granted an extension of territories beyond the Chenab to the Ravi. A mighty tributary of the Indus Basin, the River Beas joined the Sutlej to become the River Indus. Alexander's military adventure began by reaching the Beas. No matter how far east he wished to go, The vast Indian landscape ahead would make the journey endless. The demands of his armies forced him to give up his pride and ambition in July 326 BCE. Alexander had been conquered by India, not the other way around. He returned up the Jhelum River with dominant force and accoutrements and sailed south towards the open sea. He encountered ferocious resistance from the Mallavas, a hardy and free-spirited people, and the Brahmin clans, who believed fighting him was part of their religious duty. He saved himself and his crew with overwhelming force and some good fortune. He devised a three-pronged exit strategy after sailing through the confluence of the Indus tributaries. Arachosia was the route through which one army would return under the command of a general named Craterus. As he traveled to Iran through the scorching deserts of Baluchistan, Alexander ordered his navy to proceed through the Arabian Sea toward the Perso-Arabian Gulf. His Macedonian homeland was never reached, and he died in Babylon in 323 BCE. People have written numerous books about Alexander's character and personality, yet evaluating him remains challenging. He was referred to as the Accursed by Persian Zoroastrians. He was remembered as a ruthless aggressor who came and went, allegedly leaving no lasting impression on the Indians' imagination. And he is still regarded as the heroic ideal by most Europeans. Despite being correct, all three assessments are wrong. There was no Hellenization of India due to Alexander's intrusion. However, the settlement of many of his soldiers all along the northwest of India and throughout several succeeding Indo-Greek kingdoms influenced Indian politics, art, religion, and trade in later centuries. Greece and India also became more familiar with one another intellectually. The naked Indian ascetic Kalanos, Kalyana or Lucky, became a favorite of Alexander and his soldiers because of his wisdom and eccentricity. The new economic prosperity that emerged after 600 BCE enabled rulers of various states to maintain political power. As the rulers enjoyed more surplus produce from their lands, prosperity increased. Forests were cleared on a large scale in the upper and middle Ganga Valley, and iron technology helped. Iron axes, hoes, plowshares, and nails were crucial to increasing farm efficiency. Besides marshlands, inundation channels were also used to drain large marshland areas. They complemented wells and water-lifting devices. On the farms, efficient labor deployment was another critical factor. Through the caste system, clan organization, and alliance between the royal and Brahmanic authorities, the rulers and nobles of the new states gained enormous power over labor. It became an enduring feature of Indian agriculture to extensively use labor under the patronage of the state authorities or the rural nobility. Special tax collectors, the Gramabojaka, collected voluntary offerings and royal entitlements to augment the royal treasuries. During this time, towns grew as a result of the agricultural surplus. Consequently, states could promote living in towns and develop their skills and crafts by encouraging many non-agricultural people. In Indian history, this second phase of urbanization was most notable in the Ganga Valley. With the collapse of cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, the first phase had ended nearly 1,000 years earlier. In exchange for money or barter, the agricultural surplus fed the townspeople. Many artisans gathered in the towns: carpenters, masons, plumbers, bricklayers, and other construction workers. These artisans were responsible for producing weapons and tools made of copper and iron. Many skilled artisans manufactured glass, ivory objects, ceramics, beads, and textile fabrics. The towns were the main centers of trade and exchange. Agricultural surpluses and trade profits poured into them. The rich and powerful commandeered grain, silver and gold treasuries. The town guarded and defended these treasuries in a way that set it apart from the village. Various texts concerning newly developing towns mention many defensive structures because villages aren't centers of power and wealth like towns. The salient features of urban defense were gateways, bastions, moats, and ramparts. The rulers and nobility embarked on prestigious architectural projects, whose main attraction would have been the ruler's palace. All bureaucratic and mercantile operations were conducted around the palace, which was built at the intersection of two major highways as wide as 25 to 30 feet. Kashi and Vaishali, among other towns, also became centers of religious activity and pilgrimage. Buddhism, notably, became very popular. As a result of literary sources such as Buddhist Jataka stories, we have many speculations about what the towns in the second phase of urbanization would have looked like. Modern archaeology can further confirm or question our traditional understanding of archaeology. According to archaeological evidence collected at over 100 sites where critical historic cities have developed in South Asia, there are 6 specific sites where the remains of walls, gateways, and ramparts can be dated to 600 BCE. Taxila, Rupar, Rajkot, Rajagriha, Kausambi, and Ujjain were among them. In addition to being the capitals of their Mahajanapadas, or straddling one of the earliest well-defined trade routes of India, these 6 towns also contain valuable evidence of northern black polished ware pottery, a sign of prosperity and quality of life after 600 BCE. It is still being determined if the vast majority of the towns of the subcontinent can be dated before the Mauryan period. Other towns also developed during this period. As with the 6 towns, archaeological and textual evidence often complement one another, so the textual evidence cannot be dismissed. Advances in archaeological methods and techniques may confirm, instead of disputing, the contents of texts about the towns on the subcontinent. Among the critical contributions of archaeology has been to spatially establish the differences between different settlement types at any urban site. We learn about several terms in the texts such as grama, village, nagara, town, pura, defensive administrative structure, Rajdhani, capital city, or Mahanagar, metropolitan city. Traditionally, historians and sociologists have casually used these terms, assuming they understand their meanings. By carefully mapping and delineating the settlement clusters at specific sites and figuring out population concentrations based on the evidence found at these sites, archaeological rigor has now helped us understand what these words really mean. Additionally, we have identified the power constellations that shaped a settlement's transition from a grama to a Mahanagar. Archaeologists also value pottery finds. Across distances and settlements, homogeneous pottery types indicate a shared technology and material culture. The archaeological work at Kausambi, the capital of Vatsa Mahajanapada in the modern Allahabad district, provides us with the best documented evidence of a hierarchy of settlements available from a historic site. A watershed occurred in speculative ideas in the 6th century. BC Vedic society had become highly stratified by this time. With gross inequality permeating its structure, there was a sense of injustice and grievance among the ordinary populace. Northern India witnessed several political and economic developments that affected the mindsets of social classes and groups. Within the social pyramid, fluidity and mobility were enhanced. While increased prosperity might have trickled down to some Shudras and untouchables, their status remained depressed and subservient. While the Brahmins retained their monopoly on priestly functions and religious scholarship, the more enterprising ones assumed greater political responsibilities. As the Kshatriyas' kingdoms or republics prospered and became more affluent, the innumerable Vaishya trading groups assumed the role of the Gangetic Basin's bourgeoisie. In the beginning, Vaishyas controlled land but were able to convert surplus into more mobile wealth production forms, such as trade. Due to their newly found wealth, they could disregard any humiliation attached to their third position in the ritual ranking. Trade restrictions, as well as religious restrictions, irked them. Brahmanic authorities displayed meaningless cruelty and extravagance regarding a particular Vedic practice, the ritual sacrifice of animals. They believed that abolishing this senseless practice was necessary, towns of the 6th century BCE were awash in religious ferment. In one form or another, philosophers, ascetics, and hermits preached various atheistic, amoral, and materialist doctrines in opposition to Vedic beliefs and rituals. The movement to bring together various heterodoxies became known as shamanism. Brahmanism was opposed by the shamans. As a result, Makali Goshala, leader of the Ajivaka sect, did not believe that good deeds could affect soul transmigration. All individual fates were predetermined, according to them. Ajita Kesakambala, a leader of the Charavaka sect, believed in pure materialism. There was no afterlife for them. When the body died, both fools and wise were cut off and perished. A school of extreme skeptics was led by Sanjaya Balatiputa, who allegedly said, "And I thought there was, so I told you." I don't say that. Neither do I say that it is so, nor do I say that it is otherwise. Neither do I say that it is not so. It is impossible to define any knowledge with certainty. A stimulating intellectual atmosphere is evident in India due to the presence of such sects. Buddhism and Jainism began as dissident traditions in clan states rather than kingdoms, although they have now matured into full-fledged universalist religions. In the clan states, particularly in the east, such as modern Bihar, and in the marginal lands between India and Nepal, dissidence was most widespread. It was far more vulnerable to challenges in the east and along the Nepalese border, as Brahmanism was firmly entrenched in places such as Punjab, the Gangetic Doab, or the Middle Ganga Valley. There was considerable contempt for caste rigidities and Brahmanic sacrifices among many ethnic groups. In 599 BCE, Mahavira, the 24th Tirthankara, was born and died in 527 BCE. It is conventionally accepted that Buddha lived between 563 BCE and 483 BCE. However, there is some controversy surrounding his dates. Renunciation is a core concept in both Buddhism and Jainism. Born into noble Kshatriya families, they renounced settled lives of luxury. Because the ideology of renunciation assumed affluence over possessions, the renunciatory movements became more muscular during this period, when urban affluence was increasing. Both men obtained enlightenment in their own way, and then preached for over 3 decades throughout northern India as renouncers. Kings, merchants, and ordinary people enthusiastically received their monasteries. They championed the reform of Vedic Brahmanism by insisting that people learn to give up their vices and follies, adopt proper conduct in their daily lives, and not be too concerned with rituals and sacrifices. However, both believed in the crucial Vedic concept of soul transmigration and reincarnation. Their message was spread widely among ordinary people through a vernacular like Arda Magadhi instead of scholastic Sanskrit. In addition to non-violence, they advocated primitive, early egalitarianism. They constantly reminded their followers that Shudras had the right to be teachers and monks, and that monasteries should treat them equally, showing their personal efforts to improve Shudras' lives and status. Although they were not necessarily against existing socio-economic relations between classes, it could be concluded that the dissenting heterodoxies were more interested in benign improvements for the depressed classes than in starting a revolution. Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, two of the most famous Indians of the 20th century, were influenced by the spiritual principles of Jainism and Buddhism. The 3 centuries under review have left us with a spectacular literary legacy. One of the earliest works on descriptive linguistics is the Ashtadhyayi, a systematic Sanskrit language grammar. A major work of human intelligence has been said of it. Panini, a scholar and linguist who lived in Shalatula in the northwestern Mahajanapada of Gandhara, wrote the Ashtadhyayi about 500 BCE. For over a millennium, grammarians had made several attempts before Panini to systematize the Sanskrit language and its various dialects. The first great codifier of Sanskrit was Panini, who called it the living language, or the Bhasa. Katyayana and Patanjali, two other grammarians, continued Panini's work. The Ashtadhyayi's 8 chapters contain about 4,000 sutras, concise aphorisms that illustrate the organization of Sanskrit's morphology. We can also derive considerable geographical and cultural information about regions, towns, people, rivers, financial products, and historical associations with place names from the Ashtadhyayi. Instead of directly elaborating geographical knowledge, the data's value lies in how grammatical rules are explained. Millions of South and Southeast Asians were familiar with the Mahabharata and the Ramayana long before television made them famous internationally. There are also Buddhist, Jainist, Muslim, and traditional Hindu versions. The moral message of these two epic stories has not only entertained the children of these regions for centuries, but has also influenced their value systems. These epics originated in the Vedic period when poets and bards recited tales and sang songs in honor of heroic warriors. These tales of valorous pride and accomplishments would have survived centuries. During the post-Vedic era, after 600 BCE, the two epics took on their present form. They were still transmitted orally, and it would be a few more centuries before they were written down. Due to several recensions, revisions, scholars believe both epics would inevitably take several centuries to complete. The Mahabharata was compiled by Vyasa, or the arranger. Considering its central heroic narrative and plots within plots, there might have been more than one arranger. The Mahabharata contains over 100,000 couplets. Regarding its linguistic style and vocabulary, the Ramayana is a more compact piece of writing, composed primarily by one individual genius called Valmiki, which has more than 24,000 shlokas. Royal affairs and warfare surround both epics. Honoring heroes is the raison d'être of all wars and sufferings, and calling to duty and dharma, as interpreted in Vedic Brahmanism, is the core message. Two sets of cousins fight in the Mahabharata, with rulers from different parts of then-known India taking sides in this family war. The Ramayana story, set in the eastern part of the Gangetic Basin, revolves around family jealousy and conflict between Aryans and non-Aryans. It tells the simple story of the hero, Rama, who loses his throne to the jealousy of his stepmother, exiles in the jungle for 14 years with his wife, Sita, fights Ravana to save her, and is then besieged by doubts about Sita's fidelity. These epics raise many moral issues, such as succession, kingly consciences, sexism, female honor, warfare morality, and geographical, cultural, and social information. Centuries of revisions have infused both epics with Hindu religious imagery. Since pious Hindus generally consider the Mahabharata inauspicious to read or recite at home, this mattered less in connection with it. The Ramayana is, however, revered in every Hindu home. Over the past few decades, Rama's gradual evolution from a moral hero to a divine figure has had significant political and social consequences in modern India. The earliest sections of Buddhist literature date from our period. They contain some valuable historical information. The essential and original Buddhist literature is mainly in Pali, a vernacular language rather than Sanskrit, in keeping with the dissenting tradition. According to the Pali Canon, the oldest Buddhist sect is Theravadan, which comes from the word there, meaning ancient. A canon of knowledge consists of 3 baskets called Tripitakas. In the first basket, Vinayapitaka, the Buddha tells us about his life, times, relationship with King Ajatsatru of Magadha, and the town's and nation's economic situations. Also included in the Mahavagga section are some medical details concerning diseases, their remedies, and hygiene. 5 collections, or Nikayas, in the Sutta Pitaka's second basket contain inestimable economic and social information. There are also subdivisions within each Nikaya that are books in themselves. Religious and ethical concepts are the focus of the third basket, the Abhidhamma Pitaka. According to tradition, Buddha's followers assembled the three Tripitakas during the first Buddhist council at Rajagriha in 483 BCE. However, due to its extensive nature, some have questioned the accuracy of the Pali Canon. In 377 BCE, the Second Buddhist Council at Vaishali made significant progress in formulating the Tripitaka. Approximately 250 years before Mahavira, the Jains believed their earliest literature consisted of 60 texts. We can classify the remaining texts into 5 categories. Angas consists of 11 limbs. There are 12 secondary limbs, or pangas. The 10 prakirnakas are a collection of various texts. The Chadasutras include 2 other texts, the Blessing, the Nandi Sutra, the Door of Inquiry, and Anuyogadvara. While the Jain canon codified these principal texts in AD 450, some of its earliest parts predate our time. It contains scientific material, doctrinal matters, rituals, legends, ethics, and Jain philosophy. Most Jain philosophical, scientific, and technical writings date from the later centuries of the first millennium AD. Jains, for example, have been fascinated with enumerating huge numbers. And 2 of the earliest Upangas from our period contain mathematical and astronomical information. The Tamdula Vayalya, a part of the Prakirnakas, discusses physiology, anatomy, and embryology. The genesis of any empire is rooted in the economic and military strength of a heartland state, and the ability of its leaders to assert their power beyond its borders. This was the Mauryan Empire. An imperial polity ruled nearly 3/4 of the Indian subcontinent and the eastern half of Afghanistan for less than 2 centuries, from the early 4th to the late 2nd century BCE. Mauryan emperors maintained an imperial hegemony in South Asia through their central state of Magadha, which had never before been seen in Indian history. The Mauryan emperors exercised this hegemony through 2 contradictory methods of governance, which paradoxically served to unite the diverse peoples of the empire. Under an imperial system, bureaucratic institutions and administrative diktats provided a sense of security and belonging to the people while demanding strict obedience. The empire's style of governance took on a new dimension halfway through its history. During the reign of Ashoka, the empire was instilled with a unique form of cultural coherence based on the moral values of Buddhism inscribed on stones erected throughout it. In Indian politics, these messages represent a benchmark of benignity, civility, and humanity in governance. A massive agricultural base and extensive commercial networks contributed to the relative prosperity of the Mauryan Empire. India will only replicate this bold experiment in imperial sovereignty for a brief period. The experiment, lasting only briefly, erased most of the knowledge about the empire. We can, however, appreciate today's empire from a more accurate. Maurya derives from the word Maurya, which means peacock. Chandragupta was descended from peacock tamers loyal to Magadha, according to Jain tradition. Many questions remained unanswered about Chandragupta until the late 18th century, including where, when, and even whether he existed. Rudra Rakshasa is a drama dating from the middle of the first millennium AD that provides fragments of information about him. Plutarch, a Roman writer from the 1st century AD, also mentioned a king named Sandrakotos, sometimes called Sandrakoptos, in his works. Megasthenes, an ambassador representing Seleucus Nicator, one of Alexander the Great's successors, wrote about him. Besides the Aranaboas River, Megasthenes also mentioned Palimbothra, which lay between Ganga and Aranaboas. Despite all these disparate references, Sir William Jones, the Calcutta scholar and judge, made sense of them through his knowledge of Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit. In 1793, at the annual meeting of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, he modestly said, "I cannot help but mention a discovery that accident threw my way," explaining that he had discovered Sandrakotos was the same as Chandragupta, that the river Aranaboas was, in fact, the River Sun, whose waters merged into the Ganga until the 14th century AD, and that Palimbothra had the same name as Pataliputra. In addition, he clarified the various dates regarding Chandragupta's accession to the Magadhan throne and his relationship with Alexander's successor, Seleucus Nicata. As a result of Jones's work, one of the significant chronological anchors in Indian history may be considered the sequence of events leading up to the rise of the Mauryan Empire. Among India's legendary emperors, Chandragupta was the first. People always use Chandragupta Maurya to distinguish him from Chandragupta Wamsh, who founded the Gupta kingdom over 600 years later. In 321 BCE, he became king after defeating the last 9 Nandas of Magadha. He used wars, threats, and aggressive diplomacy to reduce the North Indian kingdoms and republics to impotence by 297 BCE. In the northwest, he achieved his most tremendous success. The Greco-Macedonian authority over the Indus Basin and the West had significantly declined after Alexander died in 323 BCE. Alexander's heritage was to be reclaimed by Seleucus Nicator, who controlled the Syrian part of the old Alexandrine Empire in 305 BCE. As a result, Chandragupta forced him to surrender all lands east of Kabul, including the Indus Basin and Baluchistan. After marrying his daughter to Chandragupta in 302 BCE, establishing diplomatic relations with the Mauryan court in Pataliputra, and accepting Chandragupta's modest gift of 500 war elephants, which he later used to defeat his western rival Antigonus, Seleucus left India with dignity. His military career ended with the success of the Northwest Campaign. Towards the end of his life, he became deeply absorbed in the teachings of Jainism. Due to Chandragupta's interest in Jainism, the heterodox religions will significantly impact India's future rulers in the next few centuries. It is believed that Chandragupta ended his life as a pilgrim and recluse near the Jain pilgrimage center of Sravanabelgola in Karnataka. His chief minister Kautilya was crucial to Chandragupta's success in the world. Kautilya remained a marginal figure in world history for more than a century compared to Chandragupta after 1793. Itihasa Purana, the genealogical records and old Vedic, Jainist and Buddhist sources, refer to him as Chanakya, Chandragupta's chief minister. The memory of his name would have remained confined within those sources, except for a strange twist of history. In 1904, an anonymous pandit from the Tanjore district handed over a palm leaf manuscript of an ancient text to the librarian Dr. Shamasastri at the Mysore Government Oriental Library. In 1905, the librarian translated this text, now known as Kautilya Arthashastra. Bibliotheca Sanskrita of Mysore, Volume 37, was published in 1909 with the permission of the Maharaja of Mysore. Thus, it restored the prominence of Kautilya's Arthashastra, Chandragupta's advisor. Among the most important documents from ancient India, this work concerns diplomatic skills, political economy, and general secular knowledge. Monarchs and citizens use it as a guidebook. It deals in great detail with issues of political craftsmanship, though it is not a text of political philosophy. In addition, it examines how rulers can operate civil and political institutions. Nobody can argue that ancient India was lawless after reading the Arthashastra. It is a primer on secular law. There are 15 books in Dr. Shamasastri's translation of the Sanskrit text, each with several chapters. There are approximately 250,000 words in the English text. There are 430 unique items and issues listed in the index to the text, covering a broad spectrum of topics and experiences involving humanity. Despite the text's complete focus on material and worldly matters and the absence of religious references, the work's philosophical premise is completely Vedic. In the Vedic tradition, the Brahmins and Kshatriyas dominate the social hierarchy. There is a fine of 100 panas for entertaining Buddhists, Ajivakas, Sudras, and exiled individuals in a dinner dedicated to God or ancestors. The complexities and duplicity involved in a king's relationships with his peers are extensively discussed in Kautilya. Based on the writings in the Arthashastra, Kautilya must have provided Chandragupta with advice on war and peace. His ideas concerning a monarch's relationship with his neighboring states have outstanding originality. According to him, a king has only two choices when dealing with other kings: war or peace. These two policies operate in 6 ways. 1. Agreement with pledges, peace. 2. Offensive operations, war. 3. Indifference, neutrality. 4. Preparations, marching. 5. Seeking protection from another, alliance. And 6. Making peace with one, while waging war with another. Double policy. A lot of what is considered Machiavellian in historical rivalries between dynasties and ruling elites in European history was influenced by Kautilya, 18 centuries before Machiavelli was born. It was imperative to collect intelligence. It employed spies, informants, and secret service agents, and its diligent use was paramount to the ruler. Kingly duties also occupy a large part of the text. The king possessed numerous qualities that were commendable in any era. The king condemns long sleep, fickleness, falsehood, gaudy dress, associates of low character, and unrighteous actions as his sins. Kautilya emphasizes the king's personal discipline as part of his broader rule of law, prescriptions for society. A highly efficient and organized bureaucracy whose officers wield considerable authority over every aspect of the people's lives and occupations must maintain a harsh and unforgiving environment of rules and regulations. When one party breaks a contract, a severely retributory regime is invoked. In relationships between husbands and wives, debtors and creditors, employers and employees, masters and servants, and traders and customers. The text's index lists 336 offences for which fines will apply. The offences and fines of one highly placed individual reflect a well-governed society based on Vedic codes of conduct. Combining the Arthashastra with fragments of the Greek ambassador's contemporary account gives us a more profound understanding of the early Mauryan world in the reign of Chandragupta. The diplomatic interests of Seleucus Nicator were represented by Megasthenes, a native of Ionia, modern Turkey. From 302 to 298 BCE, he spent 4 years in India observing and recording the varied features of its culture. His diary, Indica, is now lost, but its contents were classical European writers like Strabo, Arrian, and Diodorus Siculus, and from these writings we learn what Megasthenes had earlier outlined. Several ancient historians, including Strabo, questioned Megasthenes' veracity and credibility. There was no doubt that Megasthenes was wrong on several points. His instruments allowed him to calculate India's area and river length better than anyone else. He distorted India's history before his time by asserting that the Indians lacked cities. Only after Dionysus became the master of India, built cities, and established laws did the Indians begin to dress in animal skins and eat tree. He gave the Indians and Greeks wine, taught them to sow, and gave them seeds. Although Megasthenes made some errors, historians believe he was correct in some matters. First, he paints a social picture of India. There were 7 estates formed by its people, he observed. His definition of a philosopher was that he performed public sacrifices, learned ancient texts, blessed kings, and led a life of abstinence and frugality. This class would include Brahmins, sages, and mendicants of both Vedic and dissident traditions in the ritual caste system of India. It was common for them to go about naked. cultivators made up the majority of Indians. The king, who owned the constituted land, received 1/4 of the food they produced. It was not true, but they didn't have to fight for him like in medieval Europe. As part of the third estate, herders and hunters brought a certain proportion of their cattle into the cities as tribute, for which they received free corn in return. The fourth estate consisted of traders, artisans, and boatmen. Lastly, there was the fifth estate, which consisted of soldiers who did nothing but fight and were always paid and maintained, thereby constituting the standing army. Likewise, the Arthashastra describes in detail the work of spies and intelligence officers in the sixth estate. Political and imperial establishments constituted the seventh and most minor estate. Compared to the traditional caste system, this sevenfold division seems to be a more elaborate classification of Indian society. Pataliputra, described in Megasthenes' diary as Palimbothra, the Magadhan capital, is another item of interest. This is especially important since we need more information about what Indian cities and towns looked like in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa have preserved their original layout for posterity due to their splendid bricks and isolation. But the cities of the Ganga have suffered from poor quality materials and significant turbulence. This explains the evocative power of Megasthenes' Pataliputra. Pataliputra's palisade defences formed a massive oblong at the confluence of the Ganga and the Sun rivers. The width of the road is 1.8 miles, and the length 9 miles, Saitya 14 kilometers miles. There were 5,701.8 miles, approximately 3 kilometers, and 64 gates along the palisade. Besides serving as a public sewer, the ditch is 60 feet, ck 18 meters, and the palisade is 200 yards, 0.18 kilometers deep and 200 yards wide. He also describes the palace, which he considered more sumptuous than those of Susa and Ekbatana in Iran, as well as the city's busy streets and the peaceful and beautiful royal park. Historians have also found Megasthenes most helpful in his accurate understanding of Chandragupta's organization of Pataliputra. The description of 6 significant comited. Their responsibilities include promoting arts and crafts in the city, the reception and care of foreigners, registering births and deaths, supervising weights and measures, quality control over manufactures, and collecting duties. The examination of departmental details reveals a high level of bureaucracy and a strong focus on improving the quality of life for the average citizen. Of all the Mughal emperors, Akbar had nothing like it, and it is unlikely had nothing comparable to it, and it is unlikely that any of the ancient Greek cities were as well organized. Arthashastra matches Megasthenes' accounts, strengthening our knowledge of Chandragupta Maurya's world. The world was indeed highly organized and well regulated. Dhamma in Pali is related to Dharma in Sanskrit. While Sanskrit was the classical language of Vedic society, Pali became its scriptural language. Pali, a vernacular of the ordinary people of North India, originated from Prakrit. In Vedic thought, Dharma is an eternal and unchanging law or norm. Sanatana Dharma, or the religion of eternal law, is the religion of Hindus. Buddhism uses the term Dhamma in a variety of ways. In one sense, the term refers to Buddha's teachings, while in another, it refers to the philosophical aspects of nature. Ashoka provided a more practical interpretation of Dhamma circa 269 BCE, 232 BCE. The Dhamma of Ashoka exhorted people to engage in ethical behavior and good deeds. Chandragupta, Ashoka's grandfather, had founded the Mauryan Empire in 321 BCE, and his father, Bindusara, had transformed it into one of Asia's most significant political authorities. Kalinga, however, remained uncontrolled on the eastern seaboard. Ashoka killed thousands of enemy troops during a fierce attack that subdued Kalinga. Ashoka felt acute remorse after witnessing such death and destruction, and repentance was imperative. It was a moment of catharsis for him when he felt he had to purify himself holistically. By achieving the Buddhist ideal of non-violence, he now understood that a just and noble society could be established on this planet. From then on, he remained a strong-minded Mauryan ruler. But his primary objective was establishing a Dhamma. Before we examine the contents of the Dhamma, we should consider the establishment of Ashoka's fame in modern times. Ashoka propagated his Dhamma in India primarily through edicts engraved on the faces of cliffs, hillocks, and pillars in different parts of the empire, rock edicts, and pillars, pillar edicts. Prakrit, one of the oldest intelligible Indian scripts, carved almost all inscriptions at these sites in Brahmi. Ashoka's death ushered in a new era in Indian history. People forgot Ashoka's pillars and rocks, just as they forgot his memory. However, in their unrelenting search for India's past 2 millennia later, some British scholars of India recovered knowledge of this emperor, leading to a new analysis of his empire. Early British scholars couldn't decipher the Brahmi script on Ashokan pillars and rocks. One must find a clue among the script's characters to do this. The breakthrough came with the efforts of an assiduous scholar called James Prinsep, who deciphered the script and rescued the magnificent work of Emperor Ashoka from obscurity. Fifth, Ashoka the Great. Ashoka is the greatest king in Indian history. Indian children are taught about Ashoka at school through the lion capital of an Ashokan pillar. His name has also spread far and wide outside of India, and all encyclopedias of world history list it. We can divide Ashokan edicts into 3 categories. In the first place, 14 major rock edicts are engraved on a rock in Prakrit in Brahmi script. These sites include Kalsi, Himachal Pradesh, Girnar, Gujarat, Sopara, Maharashtra, Yaragudi, Andhra Pradesh, and Jaugada and Dhauli, Orissa. 2 separate edicts are inscribed at the last 2 sites, known as the Kalinga edicts, which may be part of the significant rock edicts. The 14 edicts are inscribed in another script, Kharoshthi, derived from Persian Aramaic, at Shahbazgarhi and Manserg on the upper Indus. A significant rock edict has also been discovered in Kandahar, Afghanistan, and Sannathi, Karnataka. Furthermore, 3 minor rock edicts have been found in nearly 20 different locations on the subcontinent, covering areas such as the Deccan, the Ganga Valley, the lands east of the Yamuna River, and Afghanistan. Inscribed in Greek and Aramaic scripts, it was a minor rock edict found recently in Kandahar. The third group consists of 7 pillar edicts, enshrined in the Brahmi script as a whole or partially. The sites still exist today in Delhi, Allahabad, Buna in Pakistan, Amaravati on the east coast, Loria Araraj, Loria Nandangarh, and Rampurva in Bihar. Delhi Meerut and Delhi Topra are the 2 pillars of the city. Sultan Firoz Shah Tughlaq brought them to Delhi from Meerut and Topra, both in Uttar Pradesh in the 14th century, giving them pride in his new medieval city. Finally, there are 2 minor pillar edicts, one at Lumbini in Nepal, known as the Ruminde pillar inscription, and another at Kosambi, known as the Schism Edict. According to the rock and pillar edicts, the Mauryan Empire was geographically extensive. The empire's influence extended as far west as Afghanistan, but not as far south as Egypt. No rock or pillar edicts have been found in Punjab, Sindh, the deserts of Rajasthan, or the lands immediately south of the Vindhya Hills in central India. Scholars have translated Ashoka's edicts and pondered what he meant to convey to his people from Prinsep onward. We will highlight a few specific topics here among the many versions available. Firstly, the rock and pillar edicts provide insight into Ashoka's mindset after he converted. One central rock edict describes Ashoka's agony and remorse detailing the trauma of the Kalinga War. Interestingly, this central edict was left out among the rock inscriptions in modern Orissa, despite his sincere repentance for causing suffering to all classes of people. In contrast, the Kalinga rock edicts emphasize the king's desire for fairness and justice. Other edicts take up the theme of justice as well. For instance, we must treat prisoners humanely. Ashoka's Mahamandas, or Rajakas, were responsible for overseeing village agricultural improvements and promoting law and order. To monitor their work, he went on tours around the empire. Emperors also emphasized self-discipline in their edicts. Self-analysis and introspection were unavoidable for him. In one of the pillar edicts, he said that the hardest thing for a human being was to recognize the evil within oneself. Only once that was accomplished could a genuine conversion to a humanist path begin. And he knew that he needed to be strict with himself. In his view, his most outstanding achievement lies in his commitment to the welfare of his people. A central rock edict mentions his efforts to secure medical help, both at home and abroad, for sick people and animals, as well as to build roads and wells and plant trees, while a pillar edict mentions building rest houses for travelers. The edicts repeatedly emphasize the importance of non-violent behavior among humans. Emperors rarely develop such a consistent philosophy of non-violence, but it would be cruel to doubt his sincerity merely because he may be suffering from extreme guilt over the Kalinga War. Humans and animals were equally protected by Ashoka's non-violence. Ashoka forbade the hunting of animals on specific days at regular intervals, and exhorted everyone not to kill them for wanton pleasure during festivals. His knowledge of animal welfare led him to realize that animals should not be fed other animals' meat. Examining Ashoka's attitude towards religion and other religions is crucial. For their own mental satisfaction, people need to perform religious ceremonies on occasions of birth, marriage, illness, and long journeys, however trivial and useless they may seem. Ritualistic religion was less valuable than the Dhamma. Ashoka did not mean to imply he was anti-Vedic. He desired that all sects live in harmony everywhere, since each is seeking self-control and purity. Ashoka also exhorted Buddhists, Jains, and Ajivakas to treat his officers and the Brahmin priests of the majority Vedic society fairly. He shows a profound sensitivity towards issues that arise in a multi-faith society when he urges his subjects to honor other sects and not disparage other religious viewpoints. And if there is a reason for criticism against someone's religious outlook, it should be mildly expressed. His Dhamma becomes a common property of all religions. Ashoka speaks the language of tolerance and understanding. In addition, it provides a cultural and spiritual value system to the empire's vast and diverse society. The extent to which Ashoka promoted a Buddhist royal government has been questioned by historians. Undeniably, he took Buddhism extremely seriously after his conversion, and his dedication to this faith increased as he aged. Buddhism primarily inspired him as the first king to embody the imperial ideal of Chakravartin, the wheel-turner. In contrast to the Vedic warrior king, Chakravartin promoted peace and prosperity, leading to the concept of irenical, peaceful sovereignty in Hinduism. Buddhist shrines and cities were founded under his patronage. He also organized Buddhist missions to the Hellenistic kingdoms, Tibet, Nepal, the deep south of India, and Ceylon, under the guidance of a renowned Buddhist monk, Moggaliputta Tissa. His son Mahendra, led a mission to Ceylon. Ashoka, an excellent public relations man, encouraged the model for propagating Buddhism through the peaceful exchange of ideas. Following his conversion to Buddhism, he was naturally intrigued by the new tradition the Buddha left behind. The Buddhists had been fighting over their most important institution, the Sangha, for decades before and after Ashoka's reign. So he used one of the minor rock edicts and the Schism edict at Allahabad to proclaim the Sangha's unity and threaten splitters. He exempted the villagers from taxes and fixed their grain due as 1/8 of their produce in the Rumindai pillar inscription in Lumbini village in Nepal, the birthplace of the Buddha. In the Mauryan Empire, agriculture remained the primary activity of the people. The collective effort of people in each village was crucial for sustaining the village economy landscape. The fields surrounding the village grew the majority of crops and livestock. A village's and the empire's ultimate land ownership depended on its quality and nature. As crown lands, the government owns and controls extensive terrain areas. There were fertile and productive areas as well as fallow and wastelands. On fertile crown lands, landlords could lease them for the duration of their lives in exchange for both rent and taxable produce. Many of these landlords, known in Buddhist sources as Ganapatis or Grama Bojakas, were rich and powerful. They would then sublease the land to sharecroppers and tenants for a monthly rent. In terms of the wastelands, the state first cleared large areas of desolate land and then settled Shudra cultivators on those newly reclaimed lands. Initially, the land would be exempt from tax, but the tax would apply once cleared. Following wars, it was also common to hire enslaved people as laborers. According to the Indian sources, Diodorus's assertion that slavery did not exist in India contradicts Megasthenes' assertion. Although both the enslaved people and the Shudras suffered from prejudice, discrimination, and a lack of absolute freedom, the treatment of the enslaved and the Shudras as state employees and private landlords was improved by the Rajukas, who were responsible for maintaining harmony and equity throughout the countryside during Ashoka's reign. The appropriate auditing of the crown lands was in the hands of the Superintendent of Agriculture, who, in addition to holding seed stocks, hired contingents of laborers as private owners of the land. The fact that many estates were not crown lands illustrates that all land in the country did not belong only to the king. His Arthashastra contains many references to purchasing land and to the relatives, relations, and neighbors interested in doing so. He also discusses how purchases could be secured, including by auctioning. A private landed property concept was validated. Not only was the title, ownership, purchase, and sale of private land recognized as legal in the eyes of the law, but even the mortgage was legalized. Relatives and creditors were prioritized when lands were sold by private owners in hardship. Culture was a significant source of revenue for the state, regardless of land ownership. The Mauryan state levied taxes not only on the yield value, but also on the cultivated land area. Assessments ranged from 1/6 to 1/4 of the land's produce, depending on the region. The quality of the land's arable potential was usually considered in any assessment. A village can also collectively collect Pandakara, or village taxes. The number of animals and their production determined the taxation of shepherds and livestock breeders. Furthermore, there was a labor tax, which could be considered a provision of labor rather than a tax. The state sometimes required artisans to provide a certain atmosphere. Private owners used state reservoirs, tanks, canals, and dams to supply irrigation water. Agriculture enriched the empire's rulers, but to what extent the ordinary people benefited is unknown. Undoubtedly, the relatively small Mauryan population of 100 million would have been severely affected by famines, diseases, and a lack of advanced medicine and technology. Still, rural populations were likely better fed than during the massive famine under British rule in India. Harappan cities and urban centres had once been the pride of civilization, but there was only a crude conception of urbanism during the Vedic era when the Gangetic Basin was being opened. Several settlements developed and expanded in the pre-Mauryan period, which we may refer to as towns, but some of these towns became cities during the Mauryan period. By this time, we better understand the size-based distinctions between settlements. Grama was the most common type of settlement, as it is today, but the town, or enigma, which was between a village and a city, but had a specific function like an administrative or market centre, was replacing it. The city at the top of the settlement hierarchy was Nagara. There are three types of cities: Mahanagar, or the Great City, Rajdhani, or the capital, and Sakha Nagaraka, or the branch city. Researchers have identified nearly 20 urban centres that fall into the Enigma or Nagara classification. South Asia's largest city, Pataliputra, covered an area of 2,500 hectares, or about 12 square miles. Rajgir, Kausambi, Ahichatra, and Sravasti were among the other urban centres that were less than 240 hectares in size, with Visa and Ujjain in the middle, Sisupalgarh and Jaugarda in Orissa, Taxila and Pushkalavati in Gandhara, Kondapur in Maharashtra, Broacha and Girnar in Gujarat, Sanati and Maski in Karnataka, and Kandahar in Afghanistan. Walls, ditches and ramparts fortified these cities as political, commercial or monastic centres. In Kautilya's Arthashastra and Megasthenes' Pataliputra, Kautilya describes the theoretical ground plan of an ideal city. An Arthashastra ground model indicates that Mauryan cities were typically grid-shaped. The main entry would be through the middle gate on each side of the surrounding wall. Brahma, Indra, Senapati, and Yama are the four middle gates. A central palace and quarters for royal functionaries occupied the city's central areas, divided into 16 blocks. The Brahman castes occupied two middle blocks to the north of the palace. The Kshatriya bureaucrats and officers occupied 3 blocks to the east. The Vaishya traders and their various guilds were spread out in 6 blocks south of the palace, and the Shudras and other manual workers were confined to 3 blocks in the west. The moat surrounded all crematoria, sanctuaries, and quarters for heretics. Mauryan cities were constantly active and industrialized. They were organized into guilds and divided into cities and towns. They offered the products for sale on a local, regional, national, and international scale. Subcontinental trade routes connected the hinterlands and Bay of Bengal ports like Broach and Tamralipti, crisscrossing the hinterlands. Researchers have found coins with punch marks of varying values as clues to trade. Several foreign artisans worked alongside the local artisans, including Persians and Greeks. In certain areas, people enthusiastically copied them. Even though it is challenging to visualize a Mauryan city after such a long interval, limited archaeological evidence indicates its size and permanence. Indus cities were not like this. We must find out if Mauryan cities were hygienic and sanitary. There was likely a high prevalence of public waste and disease, likely of poor quality. Saint Mauryan era, when Indian trade by land and sea expanded enormously, India exported not only its valuable commodities, which were in high demand everywhere, but also its dreaded epidemics, such as plague, tuberculosis, cholera, and leprosy. Scholars have extensively studied and written about the Mauryan administration. We can gain much insight from the Arthashastra and the Ashokan edicts, which reveal the administration of Pataliputra. Here, we shall highlight 3 particular aspects: oversight of a vast territory by an administrative authority, control hierarchies, administration's functions. The Arthashastra describes tight political authority almost exactly as it existed centuries ago. It was impossible to maintain uniform control across the empire due to its cultural and economic diversity. Instead, we should view the empire as a series of 3 cultural and economic zones. Magadha, a state in the Gangetic Plain, was the first heartland. Interestingly, this zone of Pataliputra, where power ultimately resided, also contains many Ashokan pillars. Second, the Mauryan system conquered areas such as Gandhara in the northwest, Karnataka, Kalinga, and Saurashtra. Despite their significant potential for trade, revenue, and strategy, the Mauryan system forced these areas to undergo state formation at a distance. The Mauryan governors faced the risk that these conquered areas would be volatile. As a result, this second zone required a gentler and more sensitive governance style. The third zone contained isolated buffer areas inhabited by nomads, forest people, or hill tribes. Their lands produced elephants, timber, and precious stones, creating conditions where a plentiful labor supply could exploit and marshal the natural resources. Economically was necessary for the agents of the empire within the third zone. All three zones were under the Mauryan state's control, but the means employed varied naturally. It attempted to apply both direct and indirect rule principles. There were several provinces in the empire which were further subdivided into districts. A prince or member of the royal family headed a hierarchy of officers who controlled the powerful Mughal or British viceroy's court, shows the antecedents of this stratification, which must have been elaborate and finely graded. Ely graded. A far distance separated those at the top from those at the bottom. According to estimates, the clerk's salary was approximately 1/96th of the chief minister's or humble soldier's salary compared to the commander's. Highest officials of the administrative service were likely required to oversee a wide range of civil and economic tasks and public works with such a high level of remuneration. The treasurer and the collector were two of the most important officers. The former kept accounts for the entire empire, while the latter handled tax collections. As an example of the Mauryan government's exceptional qualities, it garnered revenues from all classes of people. The Mauryan Taxation Bureau scrupulously extracted every pana, the silver coin of that period, and every Masaka copper coin it owed from the town and country. Mauryan officials, or the people, were unlikely to defraud the Mauryan state based on the punishments described in the Arthashastra for misdeeds and corruption. South Asian taxation regimes today are strikingly different from the United States. Our large-scale tax collection raises the question, where does the revenue go? The Mauryans must have spent almost all that money on maintaining the royal family, replenishing the treasury, and maintaining the military establishment and administrative services. The Mauryans employed a substantial civil service at great expense to maintain economic control. However, public finances do not consistently fund public services like health, education, social security, or pensions. The Mauryan government would not have understood or accepted the government's humanistic duties. A more varied and enlightened understanding of a government's function has resulted in the notion of the state taking on such responsibilities. Most of the Vedic period after 1700 BCE saw little architectural creativity in India. There must have been wooden palaces, halls, and barns, but we cannot tell how durable they were. In 600 BCE, however, with the expansion of towns, a specific change took place. It was during the Mauryan period that the first evidence of the use of hewn stone as a building material emerged. According to scholars, the origins of stone architecture and sculpture in India from 300 BCE can be attributed to the contact between the Indians and the Persians from the Achaemenid Empire and the Greeks. The Persians and the Greeks built impressive stone monuments, such as the palace at Persepolis and the Parthenon on the Acropolis of Athens. Both were active in India in various capacities. Skilled stone artisans could have mentored the Indian workers. It is also argued that a different viewpoint exists from the historical Greek-Persian one. The tradition of wood architecture, and it argues for an indigenous evolution of stone architecture from the post-Alexandrian period. In both reality and symbolism, the Indians could observe and emulate the masonry skills of the foreigners. Secular urban architecture first documents the stonework and brickwork of Mauryan artisans. Archaeologists have found solid brick or stone defences and ramparts in places such as Kausambi, Taxila, Rajgir, and Sisupalgarh. In places such as Beta and Taxila, archaeologists have identified particular types of ground plans and the layout of domestic houses based on Megasthenes' description of Pataliputra and the Artha Shastra. Despite the loss of the timber framework, archaeologists have made significant efforts to excavate parts of the pillared hall at Pataliputra. From the pre-Mauryan to Mauryan period, various urban architecture and planning elements persisted, and were elaborated in texts such as the Shilpa Shastras, that gave Indian cities a distinctive identity. Mauryan architects and builders also pioneered a particular style of religious architecture that would dominate the Indian landscape for some 7 or 8 centuries. Mauryan religious architecture laid the foundation for 2 of its forms: stupas, standing on square or circular bases and featuring flattened tops and kiosks, house Buddha and Buddhist preachers' relics. The Mauryan era saw the construction of the first portion of the Stupa One of Sanchi. Another type of structure was the cave form, which was hollowed out of the living rock. In the Barabar Hills, Lomas Rishi and Sudama are the best Mauryan caves that Buddhist monks use as retreats. The sculpture was the essence of Mauryan art. Ashokan pillars are monolithic shafts made from sandstone quarried at Chunar in Benares, with carved capitals depicting lotus flowers, inverted petals, and mounted animals. There is relief decoration on the capitals. There are 2 best examples of animal-figured pillars: the bull capital of Rampurava and the lion capital of Sarnath. The Dhauli elephant is another famous animal sculpture from the Mauryan period. Sculpted in situ from the living rock at Dhauli in Orissa, this massive elephant has a slightly raised right leg and flowing trunk. Several statues of Yaksha and Yakshini, divine spirits, are also part of Mauryan sculpture. The Didaganj Yakshini may be considered the precursor to the later, more famous Mathura Yakshini, because of its beautifully rounded figure and sensuous curves. Several factors contributed to the Mauryan decline, but prioritizing them is difficult. The size of the empire during a period of poor communication poses one set of issues. There was always a temptation for the outlying areas to separate from the center, and there was evidence of a resurgence of regionalism under the relatively autonomous governors and princes. People oppressed by the system would be more likely to pull away from the system. A famous, long-lasting bureaucracy was necessary for local people to participate in the governance process. The state used espionage much too frequently to build a genuine bond of trust among the people. It is reasonable to suspect that Ashoka's officers appointed to promote harmony in the countryside used spies to gather information. The empire's large-scale economy also concealed a near-penal tax system that raised enormous revenues. In some conquered areas where substantial development had occurred, such as Kalinga or Avanti, feelings of autonomy developed. According to historians, Ashoka's overt Buddhist piety made many people subscribe to Brahmanic traditions that were antithetical to the empire, thereby weakening the empire's internal cohesion. This claim was challenged by Ashoka's handling of everything within his kingdom. In another view, Ashoka's non-militarism undermined the army's strength, resulting in disaffection. His commander-in-chief stabbed him during a military parade because he had been weak and indecisive. Due to Ashoka's successor's lack of force and character, the empire undoubtedly declined. External and internal threats contributed to that decline. After the Mauryas, diffusion and dynamism emerged. 185 BCE to 320 AD. A pan-Indian authority operated from Pataliputra in Magadha, but was lost with the fall of the Mauryan Empire. Various power centers exist in different parts of India. The imperial monarchy gave way to regional monarchies, and a centralized bureaucracy transitioned into regional bureaucracies. These changes had little effect on the idea of absolutist kingship. In various regions, royal eulogies called prasastis endowed monarchs with superhuman qualities. While many regional monarchs originated from Central Asia, they also adhered to kingship ideas that had been maturing since late Vedic times and reached their apogee during the Mauryan era. Regardless of their origins, monarchies followed Brahmanic notions of caste and the fourfold Varna system, although Buddhism offered foreigners a more straightforward integration process. The post-Mauryan period brought about a regression from the heyday of Mauryan imperialism due to political diffusion and the emergence of monarchies with foreign roots. But both the economy and the culture remained dynamic. The considerable amount of research evidence makes the post-Mauryan era absorbing for historians. Inscriptions, shastras, secular literature, Buddhist religious texts, and Tamil anthologies from the south provide domestic literary evidence. Chinese, Syrian, Greek, Persian, and Egyptian literary sources provide evidence of this period's political and commercial setting. Historians can also construct relative chronologies using clear numismatic evidence. As early as 200 BC, Indian history takes on a definitiveness that eludes earlier periods without sufficient archaeological evidence. A transition from proto-historical to historical sources occurs here. Following the collapse of the Mauryan Empire in 185 BCE, a host of dynasties jostled for power. Native Indians